phone.
Just wait till I
And
get a
he's
holster for it
60.
too.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to In-Quy'zz-ition. How's it going?
Hey, how are you doing?
Dono loves catching us off guard.
Hey, you guys
just
gave me
brings
permission to
us
do
in.
this like 5 or like not 3 episodes ago to just throw us straight into it. Yeah, I'm doing that now.
I do remember giving you permission for that, but I regret doing that.
Yes.
because Welcome everybody to Valmira Presents. Welcome everybody to Take Two.
Rock show.
That's
Welcome
tomorrow.
everybody to Adventures and Initiative presents the In-Quy'zz-ition, starring me and your lovely cast of characters that you see in front of you or are hearing on the podcast. Thank you, audio listeners.
Thank you, audio listeners.
Why don't we introduce ourselves real quickly? I'll start because I have some notes to take. I'm Dippy. I'm the DM. I'm DippyTheDM. I'm the D&DOP on a lot of stuff. You can find me on TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, probably Facebook if you are willing to find me. I'm just on a lot of social medias that I barely use. And I am the Dungeon Master. And I will now turn it over to y'all to do it in whatever order you see fit while I prepare my notes.
Emily, go.
Okay.
Oh God.
I'm FntasyLover. I'm playing Willow, and one day you might find me somewhere.
Oh.
Well,
Very aspirational.
according to Twitch, I'm Rhys, and I'm playing the air
Oh my
genocide.
gosh, you guys
monk.
switched because my bad.
You need to swap them.
I did it. I fixed it. They were in the right spot until I made
Fucking
you
hell.
Dippy the host, and then when you did your whole
Well,
thing,
I
switched
am-
up, and
Oh,
then-
right.
The
then I
Drunken
did double
Monk,
check afterwards.
and you can
live.
find me pretty well everywhere at
It's
the
all good.
Drunken Monk, except for that vampire game. Then that I had to be the D monk because apparently
Oh.
drunken is a disparaging term.
What?
What?
Yeah.
They wouldn't let you use drunken in your.
No,
your...
I
Oh, you
tried
gotta
it
friend me, my dude. So we
in
can
various
play.
different ways. I tried it the Drunken Monk. I tried it drunk monk. I tried it with
A
R
game about
replaced with a
blood won't let
4.
you like, and that you actually drink bags of blood won't let you play as a drunken character. There's
Nope, the word drunken is banned in that game.
there's
so.
literally a
That is
dude named the
dumb.
Ass Man that I've seen play on there. What the hell?
Down me yet again.
Yeah, it is banned, but they allow ass man.
Yeah.
Screw you
What's
guys.
going on?
I'm just saying, no one's ever died from over-consuming ass.
Is that true though? Can you just make that claim?
I mean,
I'm sure
we're
that
aware
Reese is
of.
with
How
me.
about that? That we're aware of.
Yeah.
Not that we're
I'm
aware
sure
of.
someone has suffocated in there at some point. Somewhere
Guys,
in
but
this
that's
rolling
world.
off topic,
suffocation,
we
not
need
eating
intros.
ass.
Intros, please.
Reese.
Huh?
Big old booty
Go.
cheeks.
Okay. Hi, I'm Rhys. I'm playing our Air Genasi monk, who's got a bit of a temper problem. And you can find me all over the place at some form of RhysMcPeake. If you follow the little numbers in the doobly-doo above my head, it'll lead you to my Instagram, and from there all my socials.
Beautiful.
Gears. I don't know why I
I-
took control.
I am Gearsparks. Yeah, you can find me at Gearsparks on most social medias, YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, all good stuff. And I am playing the human artificer, who is taking revenge during someone's wedding.
Fingers crossed. Okay.
Dono.
Dono.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say Dadley, go.
Oh, fine. I'm Dadley.
pong.
You can find me at DadleyJenkins on Instagram and TikTok. I also run the podcast side of this, so you'll be hearing my voice a lot if you listen to the podcast, because I've just been kind of recording all the intros and outros out of speed to get them done.
Oh, God.
I play Zog. I have a boat called the Toad Skipper, and I worship the goddess of the sea. That's all there really is. Oh, and apparently he smells, according to last episode.
Awfully.
It's okay. His
Oh,
best
wait.
friend
All
doesn't
right.
know.
It's canon.
Hi,
It's
I'm
Dadley
DonoTheCleric, aka the dude that runs the stream and the recording and such like that. DadleyJenkins is my fellow editor and such like that. But you can find me anywhere on the internet as Dono_the_cleric. Yeah, I do content, usually funny stuff, and mostly
and
here
an
on
occasional barbarian thirst trap.
Yes. Which was very strange to have happen because as an asexual, I did not mean it to go that way. I'm terribly sorry.
Oh my god.
Listen, you just button down one extra button and the internet goes crazy. Okay?
True. It's true.
I mean, it is. It just is.
All right.
Oh god. And well, on that note, I think that's all the intros taken out of the way. How about we move? Oh my god, I haven't opened any fucking thing.
Debate.
Why
Dippy,
did
what
I
about the
not-
music, my man?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. What do you think I've been doing this whole
Our
time?
fearless
know.
but clueless leader.
Oh god.
Usually it's the players who are unprepared.
to fill the air? Or do we just want ominous
Here.
silence for a few
No,
seconds?
So-
me and
okay,
Donald will make
so-
all the sound effects.
Okay.
So let me oh, I need to share the friggin' computer sound.
Did you just do the fucking John intro? John Cena intro?
Ooh. That's loud. Let me turn that down. There we
This
go.
is the energy we bring every week.
That was for the audio
This is
listeners
actually
because they can't see me.
perfect. Okay, so why don't we move on to channel partners and sponsors? First things first, our most important, I would say, out of all of them. They're pretty recognizable. You know them, you love them. It's Geeky Clean. They're a wonderful hygienics production company that makes nerdy hygienic products for you to use to keep yourself squeaky geeky clean. And they have a whole bunch of stuff for you to look at and peruse and browse and other synonyms. They have dice bombs based on the first two campaigns of Critical Role. They have dice bombs that are put in a monthly subscription box. They have shower fizzers in case you don't have a bath. They have soaps with D20s in them. They have everything that you need to clean up your nerdy, dirty self. If you use the code ANIPOD at the link in the description or on geekyclean.com, you can get anywhere from 5 to 10% off your next purchase, which includes clearance items and subscription and anything else that you could really think to get off of their website. The coupon works, and the more you use the coupon, the better it works. So thank you to Geeky Clean, especially considering that this show is one of the dirtiest, quite figuratively, in the Dadley, don't give me that look. On the channel, it is very apt that we thank Geeky Clean for sponsoring our channel and our shows. And as you can hear, some of the audio that you'll be hearing tonight will be provided by our other great partner, tabletopaudio.com. They are a lovely little service on the internet that provides background tracks, ambience, soundboards, sound effects, and customization for all of your oral, AURAL, needs for your next tabletop role-playing game adventure, whether that be in person or online. They are 100% ad-free, and they have a non-obligatory Patreon that you can subscribe to unlock extended versions of their soundtracks. They're a wonderful bunch, and all that they ask if you use them is that you shout them out whenever you do. So that's what we love to do. Thank you, Tabletop Audio, for providing such sultry sounds. And I believe, is that partners and everything taken care of? Is the music too
Yeah.
loud? I don't think the music is too loud, is it?
No, the music is
Oh.
perfectly fine.
That might come into play later. We'll hit that partner when we get to it. But for now, I think that was one of the quickest intros we've had, aside from the whole. So why don't we jump into tonight's episode of the In-Quy'zz-ition? Last we left off, our adventurous troop. Oh, hello. What am I getting a notification for now? Light rain? It's gonna rain outside.
Only lightly.
So last we left off, our intrepid troop delved into the deep depths of the sewers and dungeons beneath the lands of Flambogie on In-Quy'zz-ition. They have found a tunnel system that they traversed through and found their original quarry in a young boy by the name of Louse, who works for the company that is currently being competitive to our good friend Tesla here. They followed him. They made him agree that they would follow him and like not get him in any more trouble. At the cost of, bringing them straight to his boss. They eventually ended up on the other side of the tunnel, where they came to a warehouse full of wondrous objects and metals and scraps and all kinds of things you would expect to see in a Costco-sized mechanic shop. With some successful and not so successful stealth checks, they made their way up to the reception's office and found their true antagonist as of right now, Guy Studley, who has opened up his very own business in the conversion of metal to precious metal. But he's doing it in slightly ulterior ways, as he revealed to his previous acquaintance, Zog, here. By the way, a couple of you haven't changed your Zoom names, if you want to do that.
Right.
As he revealed to one of our acquaintances, Zog, in what he thought was a private conversation in his office. But it turned out to be a little less than such. Discreetly, all the rest of the party heard the rest of the plan as well, for a publicity stunt to be performed, a public wedding to get the name out and to spread the word, as well as maybe some samples of their handiwork. And with the price gouging capitalist and his own ways escorting Zog out of his office, escorting Zog out of his office, he found that he was in fact not alone and almost pissed his pants, to which they were escorted out and began to formulate a plan that they had formulated by the end of the last episode, where I believe we're going to pick up beginning a long rest for the next day. Unless we long rested before the end of the last episode. I don't think we did.
I think we were about to go into one. Basically, we're going to do, I believe we're going into like a kind of a time skip situation as we're getting ready for the wedding. We're going to do some, I think we agreed to do some investigation work.
Yes.
And figure out a few things. So it's kind of like, what is that? Like a 90s montage where we're doing those different things.
That's kind of what I had in mind, was montage the next
90s, 80s.
Yeah.
So here's what's going to go down as of right now. Let me find the correct background track that I wanted for this.
I have Tigers playing.
Y'all are on a large body of water. This will do. It is a port town, after all. So, we're just going to keep it nice and ambient for the time being. As we dive in to a week-long montage, I believe some plans were made and some individuals were either like picked or elected or delegated for certain tasks. So we're going to spend the first part, for the podcast listeners, we're going to spend this first part of episode 6 just doing some cool ass heist planning mode shit. You know, there's a bunch of different things all coming together to formulate into one final cohesive plan that'll be awesome and not fuck up in any way whatsoever.
Yep. That's
Oh, this is
that's the goal.
Docs district.
Absolutely.
I know I kind of divvied out the roles. I don't remember what I wrote.
I got you.
I took
I
notes.
got you.
You put
I took
me
notes
and
remember.
and I
Quinlan
did not
together.
write down. I wrote down what the roles are and did not write down who was going to what.
All right.
Oh, and by the end, they had also gained 2 spiritual allies in Laos and the Minotaur guard that they had fought in an earlier episode, Harmonious. So
Harmonious,
they
that
are
was his name.
so they are at your behest as well if you need them. And with that, I leave it to you. You may
if I
begin.
may recall the plan,
Yes.
what was going to happen was that Kiddo, forgot his name, was
Louse.
going to be Louse was going to be messenger back and forth between the skipper headquarters and the warehouse, and the Minotaur Harmony was going to be the informant, and Tesla was going to be experimenting with trying to come up with a way to expose the coins as what they actually
Mhm.
were, which was copper, silver, rather than the not what is it? Luminous?
So you had found out that copper was being transmuted to erudite, and that plain old hog iron was being transmuted to gold.
Right.
Mhm.
And to basically kind of do just spray the water and watch the paint run kind of effect.
Exactly.
And then there was going to be another group who was going to seek out the bride.
I don't remember that. I remember
No,
the
okay.
police. It was the police, and
Right.
then I think
Yeah.
keeping an eye on the factory, if I remember right.
I was gonna
Right.
go in and steal more of the materials
Right.
that she could experiment
Yes.
on.
Right.
Right. I remember Zog was going to be working with Tesla to get
Yep.
you the gear that you needed, so people didn't think suspicious of you.
Yep.
Mhm.
And Sun and Q, myself, we're gonna watch the cops. Damon was gonna do the stealing with Willow.
Right, because Willow can fly in and be sneaky with Damon.
Yep. And we were going to confront the bride the day before the wedding,
Yeah.
or the day of. We were still kind of flip-floppy on that.
The day of seems like the best plan because then we don't have to track her down as hard. Like we kind of know where she's going to be.
That way, if she was in on it, she wouldn't be warning
Yeah.
her fiance.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. We got the plan.
Ish.
Ish.
So, as I hear it right now, there are 3 groups of 2.
Yeah.
So I want one member of those 3 groups of 2 to roll me an initiative check. So that over table, we run these storylines.
Tesla, you got that?
In their individual
get it.
parts.
Quinlan,
I have a -1,
what's your initiative?
so.
By the way, for those
plus
of you,
4.
Okay, then I'll have you do that.
Okay.
I got that +2, but you know.
I don't know that I can legally play. I have the tiger in the background. I want to.
Oh,
So
I know.
bad.
I know. But that's usually the sound for the montage, like do 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 do.
I
We
need
just have to
find,
play
a
like the
royalty-free
pupil of the leopard.
version.
Like
I need to find a royalty-free version of the of Eye of the Tiger.
Somebody's
It's
playing it on the
pupil
French
of
horn.
the leopard. It's the thrill of
The
the hunt.
pupil of the leopard. That sounds like a folk band if I ever heard one.
It does. That sounds like they're opening for the mountain goats. Like
It's a polka song.
yeah.
They do polka covers of like 80s rock.
Right now we have to like base it around our animals. So it's like it's the teeth of the gator. It's like
Moss on the
This
cat.
is
This is
marvelous.
why I fucking
The
love you.
Masa of the
Dadley.
cat. That's wonderful.
I got a 13, and then I forgot what my plus was to initiative. Oh, +1, so 14.
Excuse me.
I got a 21.
Total
I
of
need one.
12.
You got a 12?
The dice are not on my side tonight.
I rolled an 18 and I have a +3.
So an 18, a 14, and a 12.
Yeah.
All right.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, it works.
Yeah, it works
wait,
either
what?
way. It's
got a
actually a
21
21
overall.
because
Oh,
+3.
21. Oh,
18
21.
plus 3, yeah.
A 14 and a 12. Perfect. Okay. So 21 is for Willow and Damon to be sneaky, steely boys and girls.
Didn't Willow fail her stealth check when we were in there earlier?
No, Willow
No.
critically
Okay.
succeeded hers.
Mhm.
Not critically. It was a 19,
Which is surprising.
but 14 will be for Tesla and Zog.
No, I think you're remembering my character critically failed with a 1.
That's it. That's the one I
That's-
remember.
yeah,
I remember the
that's one
critical
that-
fail.
That's one that.
And then we
definitely
did
happened.
so much effort to make sure Zog
And-
didn't fail.
I made the joke. I made the joke that you rolled like fantasy. That's why I got it confused.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Out of all those dice, none of them roll well for you.
So
Yeah,
I've got
out of
Willow
3
and Damon.
billion sets of dice, I can't roll high with any of them. My name is
Well-
FntasyLover.
3 million dice, never above a 5. It's
Oh, no,
just.
That hits really hard, guys.
Oh god. I'm sorry.
You-
No,
Okay.
it's fine.
We should do
Oh, yeah.
A&I dice reviews, and it just cuts to fantasy of just like, how do they roll fantasy? Shit! Thank you, fantasy.
Oh my god.
I could see that as like a evening newscast, you know, like
Yeah,
the-
exactly,
welcome
yeah.
dice rolling with fantasy. How are you doing? They're shit. And thank you, Fantasy, for your
It's like that
Back
the Family
to-
Guy skit. How's
Yeah,
the
It
weather?
rated.
yeah.
And
Thanks,
back to
Ollie.
Monk with sports. All right. So I have Willow and Damon, Tesla and Zog, and Son and Quinn in that order. Oop, we have a child moment again. This is perfect timing because Willow and Damon are on first. So
Yo.
Willow and Damon, you have made it your task, your job, your duty to steal more material for the experimentation. I would say that given how well you do in the next few minutes, this would either take the course of the first few days or it would take the course of the entirety of the week. This is just dependent upon luck of the roll. So, I need both of you to roll a preliminary intelligence check for how quickly you can go back up and down the same like routes to get to and from.
So I just rolled another 18 plus 4.
Jesus Christ.
Wow. I got a 17.
17. 22 and 17. Both of you easily, oh, by the way, if you haven't taken a long rest, take a long rest. Uh-oh. Dadley is frozen on a thumbs up. How perfect is that? Oh no.
I gotta get a picture before he unfreezes.
Oh,
he
no!
unfroze.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
damn.
Ah,
Oh, and he refroze in a different pose.
ah.
Oh, this is so
No, it's
sad.
rewind back.
It's rewind time. All right. So, if you haven't taken a long rest, take a long rest. And know that there will be long rests in between.
Oh, God.
That's
oh,
creepy.
no. It's intermittent now. Hello, Dadley?
Oh my god.
You
My
back,
bad.
buddy? Oh, God. No. It's a good thing that
To
he's not
restart
up
my
first.
shit.
Okay.
Oh,
I'll jump
okay.
in on with my phone. For a second so it
Oh,
covers up the
man.
sky.
It wouldn't be an episode of
It's
the
all good.
In-Quy'zz-ition without a Dadley
No
technical
worries,
fail.
my man.
Everything's fine on my end. I'm really confused.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Huh. Weird. You're just like really intermittently pausing. Now you're smooth.
I'm good
I
now.
don't know. I don't know. It's weird. So,
You're good?
as you sleep the first day and wake up the next, or sleep the first night, wake up the next day, the dawn of the first day, you easily are able to recall the path back to the tunnel system in order to make your way down into the depths to sneak back in. you don't need to be super stealthy until you're in the tunnel system. And when you get there, when you reach the tunnel entrance, you find Harmonious standing there, waiting for you. And he's just like, he's got his arms crossed, leaning up against the largest pile behind him. He's just like, well, I can already give you a preliminary warning. Guy is losing his fucking mind. He had no fucking idea that this little tunnel system that he dug was so easily broken into. And he does the V8 facepalm.
You fixed the hole in it yet?
He looks over to the river where the hole was, and you see that water is still kind of flowing into it, but this hole has it's now kind of eroded its way so that it's flowing around the hole mostly. There's still bits and pieces that are dribbling into it like a natural water feature, but it's not fixed by any means. He's like,
ah, crap, I guess that means I'm getting wet.
Well, the other side of that tunnel system kind of goes into like a large natural pocket, which in and of itself is now filling up with water, but that's beside the point. It's only about ankle deep now, but it doesn't seem to be making any progress. But I will have to warn you. He has hired a little bit more found muscle. So if you do get found, you will it'll be significantly worse than your first outing. I can guarantee it. I can help you along as far as I can. I can try to help you along as far as I can, but I can't make any promises.
I think it'll be better if we go alone. Don't need to get you in any trouble before we need to.
That's all right.
And so I kind of raise my hood and say, "You ready, Willow?"
Yeah.
And he looks at the both of you and he's like, all right. And he just kind of like flicks open the door and it lands open. And you make your way back down into the depths. You make your way. I forgot where it is. It's not here anymore. Wait.
Oh.
There it is. Make your way down into the depths.
Make my way downtown.
To the depths. I'm getting my feet wet. That was
not.
awful.
Okay, I wear boots.
So
I'm flying, so.
then you have nothing to worry about. So, as you make your way, you pass by a couple of you pass by the same, bits and pieces. No sign of any improvements to the tunnel, no sign of any fixes. You do see that the little hidey holes have been made deeper. The ones that you do pass by, they've been dug out a little bit more. And it's noticeable enough with your intelligence checks and your perceptions, your passive perception. Yes, especially with Willow's passive perception. Oh my god. Yeah. It's noticeable enough with your passive perceptions that yes, these have been made deeper, probably to hide bigger people in, if they needed to. But at the moment, doesn't seem that way. As you get about 3/4 of the way down the tunnel, I need y'all to make your first stealth checks.
Okay.
Why did that sound good?
19.
19.
6.
6?
Yep.
Oh boy.
Okay.
So. Hold on. Okay. When you reach the other end of the tunnel, to start heading up the cellar stairs into the main building. You make it all the way to like the open door that would go into this staircase, and you just creak it open just a little bit, and then it seems quiet. I imagine y'all are doing this semi-early in the morning, if not like close
like
to
the
the
ass
middle of it.
crack of dawn.
Ass crack of dawn? Yeah.
Yeah.
Ass crack of dawn, you open the door and there doesn't seem to be much of anyone.
Okay. So we're actually at the facility now.
You are currently in it. You are at the precipice.
So if Willow were to climb into the pocket of my cloak and I were to cast invisibility, would she be invisible too?
I believe invisibility works on yourself and anything that you are holding or carrying or wearing. Let me look. Let me take a look, see, shall we? Spells. Invisibility. A creature you touch becomes invisible. That can include yourself. Anything the target is wearing or carrying is invisible as long as it is on the target's person. The spell ends for a target that attacks or casts a spell. This is a toughie, because you would technically be carrying Willow. I'm going to say no. It does not carry over. It would be another creature. It would be another creature. It would have to be a second casting of the spell. Although, to her credit, Willow is very small. She can hide, but she's not like tiny.
What's your stealth? Okay.
+1.
Can I cast invisibility on her?
Okay.
I'll do that because I have a +7 to stealth and I'm already rolling pretty well tonight. So I'm going to go ahead and just give her that advantage on.
Says here on your feature that you can use invisibility once per long rest.
Yep.
So you're changing your invisibility from you to her?
Yeah, I would.
Okay.
I would rather target her than target myself.
Good. Okay. Sounds good. Willow, you can go ahead and re-roll your stealth check, because this is where they were going to start coming into play. Oh.
30-20.
Nice. There you go.
This is the dice now.
All right.
Nice.
This one.
This is the chosen one.
Ugh.
Yes.
Well, I'm glad I did that.
As you
Thank
look
you.
around, you notice that there are 2 people in the vicinity, and that a lot of the shelves have been emptied to leave longer sight lines for people. These 2 people, because they have been hired to do so, are on they look like they're actively guarding, like they're on watch. But they are not watching you. Both of you managed to roll high enough that y'all have not been noticed yet. And as a result, the awareness remains the same. So, your primary plot was to steal stuff. What are you stealing? Are you just finding specific pieces?
We were primarily looking for that little blue.
Oh, there goes Damon.
That faked processed. What's it called?
The Lyramite, the fake Lyramite.
Yeah, the fake Lyramite. So we're looking for some of that.
Mm-hmm.
We're looking for some of the fake copper turned into gold.
That would be iron to gold and copper to Lyramite. I got you.
So both those are what we're looking
both
for.
of those. Okay. A lot of the stuff on the showroom floor. A lot of the stuff on the shop floor. Yeah, this brand new cart. No. A lot of the stuff on the shop floor is raw material. So the converted material you saw as you were like leaving on the first day
Yeah.
would end up in barrels at the end of a long assembly line on the far side of the factory from where you are.
So we knew we would have to sneak that far.
You would either have to go there or you would have to go straight to the big man's office, which may or may not be a great idea.
Yeah. Because
I will
we'd
leave
have
that
to
up.
walk up those steps that anyone can see, and they're actively searching. I don't think that's a good idea. I think our best bet is to make it to the far side of the factory, because we can always make a beeline for the front door once we've acquired what we want.
Yeah.
Willow, this way.
Okay.
So, as you all kind of just slink in the shadows of the factory in the early hours of the morning, I would ask that you make. I'm just gonna let you ride your first one for now. You make it as you're kind of sneaking. You're looking around and you're seeing like some of the machinery that they've implemented into this. There are a lot of big, like bulk machines designed like for the largest of like governmental facilities for their purposes of like making coins or making, making presses and molds out of things. The difference between those machines and these is that these are very crudely made. They don't look perfect. Oop. Okay. Oh dear. So, a lot of these machines look like they were made like hastily. So, this is just a mockery of an operation in your own minds. Like, you've seen machines in pedal and how those ones work. You've seen how, especially you, Willow, being so close to the head of like offices and stuff. And you know how they work and how they operate, and you see like there are a couple of parts missing from these ones that would make them work properly. It's almost sad. As you make your way over to the end of that assembly line, you notice that there are not any sealed barrels, or there's not anything at the end of this assembly line kept there. So you would have to find where they stow finished product.
Okay. So
I need a perception check from someone. I would ask that it would be only one of you, but I'm not going to stop both of you from making one.
what's your perception?
It's a +5.
I'll let you do it. I only have a +3.
Okay.
There you go. Willow the Watcher. Hey.
That's a 14.
14.
Woo-hoo. So not bad.
Alrighty. Not bad, not bad.
Not bad, not good, but not bad.
Yeah.
That
Kind of
happy
like
medium.
keep an eye out, and you're just giving a quick scan around, and you notice that one of the two people that are in here are standing in front of what appears to be a locked door, or what appears to be a big iron door. Could most likely locked. Great job ruining the surprise there, Dippy. Yeah. Anyway, standing in front of a door, and that behind, like kind of off to the side of the door, is a little opening with some like iron bars and what looks like almost reinforced with plexiglass. Did this get louder?
So we have the big iron door. My guess is to move the big barrels. And is there a smaller door that I might go in and out of during the meantime?
You do not see. This just, it looks like this is just like a big set of operating doors that can be opened pedestrianally. Like they can be opened manually, but they're mainly designed to open and close almost like on a cycle. You do not see a humanoid door anywhere near this one. And inside the opening off to the side of the door, you see barrels stacked up end on end.
Okay. So we have to distract them. We don't notice any way to open the door, though.
Not from this far off.
Well, she's invisible for an hour, so not so much worried about her. Let's move closer.
All right. If
I
you're
will
moving
roll
closer to the guard.
another stealth. Oh,
Uh-oh. There we go again.
Improvise, adapt, overcome.
that is a
Oh boy.
21
21 for
stealth.
stealthing over to that area. Okay. As you make your way over, you notice kind of take a glance at this guard. Looks to be about your height, maybe a little taller. You see like a very broad nose and what looks to be little tufts of hair kind of poking out from what would be their armor, if you could even call it that. And some bovine ears drooping down from the top of their head. This appears to be a firbolg. And he is standing resolute. As you get closer, you notice his raiments are adorned with a logo that I believe I've shown you before, but I will show you again for the interest of the stream and everyone else. If I can find it. There it is. Woo! Right up there. A little bell with a little stalk of lavender and the letters BLS. And you also notice that he is carrying what appears to be a halberd, a bladed polearm, an axe-bladed polearm specifically. But at the moment, he's resolute, staring forward. Occasionally, he'll glance side to side, but it looks like his job right now is just standing in front of this door.
Okay. Do we discern any way to open the door now?
Now that you're closer to it, you see what appears to be a handle. You see what appears to be like just a handle, a door handle, a pedestrian handle, if you will.
Oh, 30-foot range. Oh. I don't know whether we can get into this.
Yeah.
I think we could distract him and probably get in, but then it would be getting out.
Yeah. Well, I could probably move something in the distance.
Well, that's what I can throw. I have little ball bearings I can throw and make some noise, and that.
Yeah.
But we would have to be really, really quick.
Yeah.
As you take refuge kind of behind this shelf and what looks like this bench press, you notice him make a little like stretching movement, just kind of loosen himself up a little bit, and you hear what almost sounds like a yawn, but it's deep and bellowous. Very not a sound that you are used to hearing from a creature as imposing as this.
Decisions. Do we go for the office or do we go for the door? How close is this door to the exit?
You look over this door. The door to the storage and the door for the front exit look to be a fair distance, sprinting distance from each other.
Okay.
And there are some there is no, as the crow flies, there's a couple of shelves in between the storage door and the front door. But all the shelves are lined up in such a way that if you make it to the end of the shelves, it would be just a straight sprint to the front door.
I'll leave the decision up to Willow. We could probably get into the office.
Would someone be there though?
Someone I can handle. It's just the people down here would outnumber me.
Yeah, so we could try the office, and if that doesn't work, we can come up with a new plan.
All right, we're going to go try the office.
All right, you go over to the stairway where the hanging office of Guy Studley sits.
I just rolled the same thing. 21.
And as you climb up the stairs and you peek in. You don't notice anybody in the front office. You kind of like you go to the latch and you realize it's locked. But with a little bit of like,
It's okay. I'm proficient in thieves' tools.
it's a very, well, you notice on this door specifically, you just have to kind of like move the handle
jiggle
up
it,
and
yeah.
down enough times that it just like the lock like just slips out of place. This door opens. You get to the next door. Unlocked.
That's
You have
surprising.
you have the handle in your hand and you have the door still closed, but it is unlocked. I leave it up to you.
Okay, so
You have rolled
Is
a
there-
21.
is there anything in here that I could use that's like reflective?
With a quick glance, what's your passive? Let me look at your
13.
passive again. Passive 13. Yeah. When you look over to the desk, you see what appears to be the shattered remnants of a picture frame and a picture still sitting in it. Oh God.
Can I take a bit of the glass and slide it under the door and try and see if there's anyone in the office?
So sure. Very carefully and gingerly. Kind of make your way. Oh, I thought I had a warehouse. Shit. You make your
Going
you kind
full
of
on
grab a piece of
Splinter
glass.
Cell here.
Yep. Make your way. You grab a little piece of broken glass, and you kind of lean down, dip down, and kind of just set the glass right at the bottom of the door to see if you can look inside. I need you to make an active perception check while I continue to try to find the right.
I
phrase.
am loving my dice tonight. That was a 19 plus 3 for 22.
Golly,
Woo!
my goodness.
My stealth has been good because I have a plus 7 to stealth. That was a 19. I only have a plus 3 to perception.
Mm. So, as you look, you kind of set it down, and you look at the piece of glass, and you look at the reflection, and there, you see about this much,
Yeah.
and you see what appear to be the legs of the desk, the bottom of the chair, a couple of stands of bookshelf, but no boots, no shoes.
I'm going to slowly creak the door open.
Kind of make your way inside. You look, and you look. And there doesn't appear to be anyone in here. You should kind of take another step in. It's very quiet. What's your next move?
Do we see anybody?
No. There is
Do we
nobody.
see-
There is nobody in this office. No.
Okay. He knows we know about this office. So I'm going to make a perception check looking for traps. And has a 14 plus 3 for 17.
17. You look around in your immediate vicinity. Doesn't look like there's anything too specific.
All right.
Now walk over to the little set of drawers, the chest of drawers.
Yep.
And as you start to open, they slide and then they catch. Like ever so slightly, just catch. And then you kind of like peek into the drawer, and there is what appears to be a tripwire explosive rigged to this drawer as you look inside it.
Okay. What do I need to roll to attempt to disarm it?
You need to make a thieves' tools check.
Okay. Which I'm proficient in.
You reach for your thieves' tools and you do not find them.
Oh, motherfucker! Dono! Fucking plot point! You sent the thief in there without his tools!
Out in the distance, in the atmosphere of the world, you hear.
I forgot all about that. Okay.
So now, to disarm this, you have to make a manual check with a significantly higher DC. And this is just going to be dexterity with your little fingies. What is your dexterity? Okay.
To 23.
How much?
23.
23?
18 plus 5.
Oh my.
Woo!
So for reference, to disarm this with your tools, it would have been a 10. Disarming it without it would have been a 21. And you just got a 23.
Damn it, Dono!
Dono wasn't even here to see that triumph. So as you just gingerly, you like reach back into your back pocket and you don't feel your thieves' tools and you're like, fuck. Guess I'll do this the hard way. Dono, he got a 23 on his check.
No thanks to you,
No thanks.
fucker.
So you
That's all
just
because of me, my dude.
gingerly just
I was
open
like
the drawer.
genuinely sweating there.
You just open the drawer back up to its catch point, and you figure the only way you're gonna disarm this with your hands is if you just pull the fucking fuse out before it like triggers. So ever so gently, you kind of feel the tension in the fuse, and you grab where you think you grab where it connects to the drawer instead of the explosive, and you just like shimmy it ever so gently, just trying not to make any more tension. And then you feel a sudden, just a ever so sudden slip, and it comes out, and you have it taut in your hand, and you let go, and it falls. No tension. You're able to open the drawer the rest of the way, and you see a contact explosive rigged with a tripwire that now that the tripwire has been unhinged from its trip, you can take the explosive if you'd like.
I'm taking the explosive.
You have one contact explosive with a tripwire.
Woo.
The tripwire fuse is 1 foot long. Just for your
Yeah,
reference.
let me write that down. I'll add it later.
For reference, it's a contact explosive because of the tripwire. He's not going to like rustle it around and all of a sudden it explodes. It's safe until that fuse is pulled. But when that fuse is pulled, it immediately goes.
He's gonna be paranoid as fuck when he figures out his trap is gone.
And as you look inside, you see a little sample box, which you open up and find several Lyramite coins inside.
Okay.
They are very uneven from each other. They are very crude looking, but at a moment's glance, they look exactly like Lyramite.
I take it all.
You
The
just
chest,
take the whole box.
the whole box. It's going into my bag.
Yeah.
Counting the samples in the box, you have about, I would say, let me roll a d20. You have 7 samples in this box. You also notice that the chemicals in this chest are still sitting there, open and set up in the exact way for the process to work. If you wanted to do anything with those chemicals,
Are they in like stopped up flasks? Are they?
they are open. There are no stoppers, and you don't see any stoppers in the drawer.
Willow, find me some stoppers for these flasks.
Willow,
Okay.
make a perception check. Actually, no. Sorry, not perception, investigation, because you're looking for something specific.
Please love me, D&D Beyond.
Oh boy.
It loves me. That's an 18.
Nice. Kind of flitter around a couple of shelves, and eventually you come to up to like the top shelf, and you notice a couple of spare flask stoppers. Grabbing a couple, you take them down, and you test them. One of them's a little too big, one of them's a little too small. You go up, take down a couple more. You manage to get one stopper. I hope this works. Managed to get one stopper into what was, when you first encountered him, or when Dadley first encountered him, when Zog first encountered him, what was the boiling vat of like bluish liquid. Oh, let him in. Dono. He is in the waiting room. Is that a Conan gif?
Yes.
For those of you watching the stream, love you to death. He's just sending like our Discord chat is just being lit up with me.
All the gifts. All the
Sorry,
gifts.
Dadley.
It's so many memes.
It's okay.
Third time's the charm.
This is the only thing connected to the internet right now in my
my
house.
God. Oh my God.
If this doesn't work, I don't know what will.
Okay. Well, we're on escapades, and we're about to reach the end of those escapades. Hopefully.
Okay.
So,
We just got to sneak out successfully.
yeah.
How
So-
long have we been here?
At this point, about 20 minutes.
Okay, cool.
So as you reach, God damn. So you have a stopped up bottle of mysterious blue chemical. If you want to take it, you may.
Oh yeah, we're taking the chemicals.
Okay.
Bring
Yeah.
it.
You have a flask. I will say you have a 25-ounce flask of mysterious blue chemical. That's 25 ounces is what, about a pint and a half?
Yeah.
About a pint and a half. So you take it, and you just have to find a place to stow it, unless you're just holding it out the door.
I would stow it in like a pocket. Is how big? Or yeah, somewhere where I could kind of protect it so it doesn't break.
Of course. The best place that you would protect it that it wouldn't break at all would literally just be holding it in your hands until you got out the door. But
Okay.
your jacket pocket is pretty safe as long as you don't fall over.
Yeah, and so but I need my hands free just in case crap happens. So
Exactly.
Damon
It's
ain't
just a
no
trade-off you
fool.
take. It's just a trade-off you take. Anyway,
So
unless you want to take anything else from Shithead's office, you have sufficiently stolen some
no, I
material.
think we've pressed our luck enough.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Fucking Dono.
but his favorite pen is very, very wanted to take it.
Then take the pen.
No, it's fine.
Steal something every. Here, I'll take it for you.
Just-
It's fun. Steal something every now and then.
You see like kind of like strewn about his desk are a couple of like these really fine like chrome metallic pens. And they look like really expensive. They look A, really expensive, and B, really like fancy.
Hey, you take one, and we'll give the other one to Tesla.
Okay.
You have 2 fancy pens. 2 fancy fountain pens.
Okay, so stealth the back out.
All right. Yes, one more stealth check for me, please.
That is a natural 20.
Oh my god.
Plus 7,
Nice.
27.
That's an 11.
11.
Better than the 6.
27 and 11. All right. So as you manage to make your way down the stairs to the shop room floor. I keep saying showroom. This is not a car dealership. Down to the
Where
shop
is it?
room floor. Kind of like, and you just start to like sneak your way back across the shop floor. Are you going back to the secret tunnel, or are you trying to get out the front?
Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel.
tunnel.
As you
Through the
approach,
mountains.
as you approach the secret tunnel,
tunnel.
as you approach the secret tunnel, you hear footsteps coming from the left-hand side of the door to the secret tunnel. But with your stealth, you are able to duck in and hide around a corner. As you just kind of, wait, I have footsteps. What am I talking about? Do I have footsteps? Oh, come on. Ah, here we go. What in the world? Guys, this is like so many gifts. Stop!
Secret tunnel.
I just realized that
Everyone
I
is posting
answered
secret
Dippy's.
tunnel gifts.
So Dippy, when you asked, "Do I have footsteps?" I answered it, but my mic was off, and I was like, "Oh shit."
We should have for the Dapper D's like a little panel that we show the Discord server while we're live.
Oh God, that
Right.
would be awful. What is this? Oh, that's the heavenly sound. No. As they approach, they sound big. They sound almost same size as the guy in front of storage. And as you watch, you just kind of notice. Damn, you notice another firbolg just like patrols past. Whereas that guy is standing guard in front of storage, this guy looks to be making a patrol. He's going to make a perception check. Really? That's his perception.
Well, damn.
That was a 6. So he just
Thank God.
kind of like stops in front of the door in just like a really tense moment and just like cocks his head to the side a little bit. And then you hear and then he just walks on. Just and then a couple of moments later, you're able to access the secret door. From which you go down inside. And you manage to make your way back down the tunnel. I'll say for flavor's sake, the first stealth check that I had you make was a canvassing point, and then this whole mission has taken course over 20 minutes on the second day. And from there, your mission is mostly complete. If you want something else to do, you may do something else. But for now, we move on to Tessa and Zog. So, back on the Toad Skipper, Tesla Fassbender and Zog. By the way, for those of you watching the stream, Dadley changed his name to Zogathan. I have no idea why.
Zog, it's short for Zogathan.
It's throwing me the hell off. And
I went to go type Zog, and Zogathan popped in my head. I was like, how funny would that be if Zog was short for Zogathan?
Nike is short for Nykel.
Yes.
All right. So,
like
back
we
on the
said-
Toad Skipper,
yeah,
Zog and Tesla are kind of setting up a little test bed for a new formula to reverse the effects of an alchemical process. Simple enough.
I thought Zog was going to bring Tesla back to her shop because it was only
Yeah.
an hour
I
down
thought it was
the
like an
street,
hour and a
so we
half.
could like
a 3-hour trip back and forth.
Yeah, it doesn't take that long to go back.
That's
and forth,
what I
so.
said. In Tesla's workshop, after taking a journey on the Toad Skipper. Sorry.
Yeah.
After taking a short journey on the Toad Skipper, Zog takes Tesla back to her shop, Fastbender's Fixes, where you begin to build a test bed for reversing an alchemical process. Over the first couple of days, some progress is made. You know that the basic reversal processes that you use on your typical material are not working because this is a semi-magical process.
Yes.
So, for the first couple of days, I'd like you to make an intelligence check to see how quickly the first bit of progress is made.
Oh, I was gonna roll. Okay. Is that 20?
If you want to roll something else. If there was
I was
something you
thinking
had
we
in
were doing
mind.
success, but no, that's fine. So Intel. Doo-doo-doo.
Intelligence.
Oh, guys. I'm not so focused. She got a 9.
Oh boy. So the general mood is kind of like, especially on the first day, the general mood is like, that bastard. Why would he do this to me?
Yeah, that first day is a lot of just me and Tesla talking shit on guys.
On the boat ride back, you have some like hot goss because you saw the inside of his office,
Mhm.
and it's just like a lot of that.
I saw how manic he is, and
You talk for the first half of the day, and it's fine. It gets you calmed into a mindset to start. Gets you calmed into a mindset, and you start with the usual processes as you first heard. And then around the time of the second day, you get this original sample that you were handed, and you notice that its color kind of like, and Zog, you noticed this too when it was originally given to you.
Yeah, the color wipes off.
Some of the color imprints onto your hand as you're kind of like handling it. But you notice that it doesn't wipe off of the coin sample that you have when it does this. It's almost like a stamp. Like it's just kind of like so deeply ingrained into what this thing now is that it just leaves color behind without losing it. It's interesting.
Zog uses it as war paint.
You rub the coin like below your eye and you leave a green stripe. And you rub below your other eye, you leave another green stripe. And your skin is already green, so it blends.
So it's just like a
well.
different shade of green. It's just like some
it's a slightly different shade of green.
It's a bright green on a dark green.
Yeah, it's a bright green. It's like a lime green on an olive green. It's interesting.
Yeah, and just Zog is doing what he can to help. Like I said, my mission is getting her materials. But Zog's there, just like pick things up, put them down, kind of guy.
As you travel kind of like back and forth from the port town itself to Tesla's shop, about halfway through the second day, a development occurs. You notice Damon and Willow coming back to you with a couple of objects on their persons. Damon, Willow, if you'd like to rejoin us for this development.
Willow will be right back.
We'll be right back after these.
Willow be right.
Oh, okay. So as you kind of like set off in port and then disembark, ready to catch up with Quinlan and Son for the second day's report, you notice Damon approaching your boat with Willow.
Which one of you has my thieves' tools?
Wasn't me, as the great Shaggy once said.
Who's Shaggy?
He was an old poet bard.
Okay.
Was known for
I think
fornicating behind his lover's back.
Okay. Sounds familiar. Sounds like something I would do. Frickin' whoever has my tools, give them back. I almost blew up.
Hey, this is kind of how I felt when you took my wine.
We drank it together.
Fair. You know what? Fair. I'll keep an eye out. Maybe you just left them on the boat.
Regardless,
Maybe Sundial has them on accident. Maybe they just got like pulled in his orbit.
regardless, we were successful.
You see him hold up a flask of blue liquid.
Look, I'm down to drink. Tesla
No.
will be a little bit.
This is Guy's juice, his magic sauce.
I Bradley don't like this.
It's very moist.
Guy's magic sauce. It's very moist.
I'm making a barbecue called Guy's Magic Sauce.
Please tell me it's mayo. Please tell me it's a mayo barbecue.
What does
Oh,
this
God.
do?
It's explosive and
This
very
is the
sensitive.
stuff that he
Oh my
uses.
God.
Isn't this the stuff he uses to change the coins over? You were in there with him.
Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah.
With a quick memory glance, yes, this
Yeah.
flask specifically is the one that he dropped the copper into to turn it into faux Liromar.
Can I just like?
Tesla?
Can I just give it a smell? Like.
You pop the cork.
Yeah.
Make a Constitution save.
Oh God.
Oh God.
I also want to make it very clear. I put the cork immediately back on because acetone and stuff is in his brain. Con save.
Yeah.
7.
7. Okay. You uncork. Take a whiff. Burning, hot burning sensation inside of nose. Oh my God, my nose is on fire. Help, help, help. Close.
Shit.
Damon,
Take 3 points
Yeah.
of acid.
Damon, don't drink that. Did somebody give me 10 HP?
I take it
It
back
should be
from
gone
him,
by now after
and
8
I
hours.
walk and I hand it to Tesla.
Actually, wait, give me a double. No.
Tesla's
Tesla
back at
is
the
not-
shop. I'm the only one
Okay.
there.
Tesla's back at the shop, yeah.
So give it to Tesla.
I'll give it to Tesla.
Hold on.
Oh,
I
there's more.
dig around in my bag and I pull out the chest.
He hands you a small lockbox, a small wooden lockbox.
Oh, and Willow stole this for Tesla, and I give him one of the pens.
He hands you a fancy silver pen.
I feel like a pirate with all this booty. While I'm in town, did Tesla tell me anything to pick up? I guess or am I just here for like morning report?
Probably to get like information from Laos or or the bottle of stuff. And since I rolled so low, maybe some supplies she might have broken and burnt or bent from the blacksmith.
Okay.
Just replaceable stuff, flasks and whatnot. And she
Alright,
would have
so-
given you the money for it. So, which I did not ask. Dippy,
Yes.
what's my character's income now that she's back at her office?
Oh, I will say.
So I can
in
add
your
that
first-
to-
I will say that if you want like a
We can-
gold, if you want a gold number, let me do this. Let me grab. Shit! Fuck! Okay. Let's
Damn.
not do that.
Don't shit or fuck.
Where's my? That's just rude. Where's my other D10? I swear to God, I had another D10. Oh no! Don't tell me I lost it. What the hell? Whatever. Okay, so I'm gonna roll this 3 times, and the numbers in order are your shop income.
After taxes. of
Ooh,
course.
you've been making pretty good bank. You have 878 gold at your disposal for your
Nice.
shop's income for your first. I would say, after you built, it was about 2.5 weeks of business before these shenanigans started happening. So,
She's been in office or work for a while.
oh, sorry, no, yeah,
There's
But
more
yeah,
than
this
a
can
month
be
late?
like
a month and a half. Yeah,
okay, so a month and a half,
2
800.
2.5 weeks is Guy, not you. So month and a half, 878 gold at your disposal in
878.
your like your strong box, your
I'll
your
put it
bank
in
lock
the-
box.
Yes.
So, yeah, Zog stows away the bottle, the chest. What's in the chest? Damon, what's in the?
You
What's
do
in
you
the
want to open
box?
up this shit? What's in the box?
All right, I'm just gonna ask Damon while he's here.
The fake Learmite.
Oh, okay. I guess I shouldn't have asked you that. We shouldn't be saying this shit out loud.
Make a. No, don't worry about it.
It's on his boat. It's private.
I'm on my boat. I store everything away. I put the pen in like my breast pocket. Actually, I don't have a breast pocket. He's not that professional. It goes in his ass pocket.
Do not sit on that.
Fair. I will, and I put the pen in the book. I'm like, all right. Do you guys want to ride back to the shop now that you guys are all set? When I'm done with like my kind of grocery shopping.
I guess we have no more business to attend to here.
I mean, if you want to do other things, you can. There's a whole city. You could look at all these pockets to pick.
I guess that's fair. You know, I'll wait for them and I will go around pickpocketing people in the city.
I'm leaving in like 3 hours. If you guys want to meet me back at the boat then, Willow, if you want to join me or join him or chill, that's up to you.
So the rest of your, I will say that with that, you kind of solidify that the rest of your week leading up to the wedding is, would be a downtime activity along the lines of not carousing, along the lines of like criminal activity, just pickpocketing, you know.
Yeah.
So
normal.
we'll make a couple of checks for that once we do our main storylines here.
All right.
And Zog's just gonna go pick up the equipment Tesla needs.
Perfect. You go over to Tharazal, and Tharazal kind of greets you like, "Oh, good to see you back.
Hi.
Wonderful
How
to
you
see
doing? Did you ever finish the helmet for my
Oh yes,
buddy?
yes, I have. Over here, and he kind of like grabs a little mini gator-sized helmet with two curling ram's horns on top of it, and he hands it over to you, and he's like, "Here you go. Sculpting the horns was the hardest part, but I'm sure that those are going to serve a purpose beyond decoration, so I figured it was worth my time. And
yes,
I
they
hope your little buddy there can put it to good use."
I put it on Ripples. How is he vibing with it?
You kind of like place it on his head, and he kind of like shakes. He doesn't want to put it on at first. Like every pet doesn't like putting on new clothes, but eventually you just kind of like hold his snoot just gently, and you kind of like boom, and it like sets, and then you see it just kind of like settles.
Mhm.
You don't know if this is like a slightly magical effect or if this is just like how it's constructed. But after you place it on correctly, it just stays there.
Cool.
There's a little kind of like a neck collar piece that attaches comfortably but snugly around his neck, like the back of his neck to keep it in place. And he just kind of like looks up at you, and then just like moves his head around. He kind of like turns his head to one side, and it like hits against one of the walls.
Food without needing any refrigeration.
Damon, what are you watching there, buddy?
You on TikTok, buddy?
We could hear that.
You on TikTok, bud?
Okay, now he's muted.
You making a little ticky duck?
You're
You making a
welcome.
little ticky duck? Tick duck, tick duck.
So I'd assume Tesla just gave Zog a lip. Like I need some flasks. I need
Right, of course.
I did stuff. I don't know, and I hand him the list. I'm just like I'm not good at these things. I'm just the go-getter.
He like looks at your list and he's like, "Okay, I can accommodate about half of this stuff. I am just a blacksmith after all. You're gonna have to go to a couple of other places for these other things, but I can help you out with some of these." And he just like
Alright, sounds good.
hands you the list back and turns and gives you like a little
Just like
a
the
little
bundle.
like box, just a little bindle of equipment, you know, a couple of spare like scrap pieces of raw material. He gives you like a spare sword.
Oh.
He'll give a honed edge, Yeah, and a couple of scraps of leather and a couple of extra buckles, and just bits and bobs. He tells you the total, and you pay him the total.
Yeah.
Which I will say deduct 12 gold.
12 gold.
Yes.
Yeah, because that's coming out of Tesla technically.
Yes.
Yeah.
And after you
Can
pick
I
that up,
like before I go? Can I just like do like a quick search of like just if magical shit in here, or is he just a normal blacksmith?
do you have anything that senses magic?
No, I'm just kind of looking.
Then I will just make that a straight up perception check.
Perception? Okay.
Yeah.
I gotta use my phone for it.
Common
Natural
sense.
20
Whoa.
plus
Holy
5.
shit, dude. Okay. Damn. Okay. You're looking around,
Thank you, Quinlan's friend.
and then you notice. About half the shit. I just saw that on the screen. Then you notice there's about half of the things in here look like they have some kind of runic writing on them. But you know, they're minor. There's not there's like one rune per like thing
Yeah.
on each of these little things. There are minor enchantments on about half of his things.
Okay.
And
I'll
he just kind of like looks and he's like, "You like this stock? It's
Yeah. It's good work.
yeah, I've been working on this about half my life, so
Oh wow.
good to get the validation."
What's your
Yeah.
favorite thing you've made?
You don't know how long I've been waiting for someone to ask. And he like turns and he runs back into the back and he grabs two things. He grabs a warhammer, big, blocky, square warhammer, attached to a handle, with two like really like flared out square pads for its impact faces.
Mhm.
And on each impact pad, there is a rune engraved on it. And then the other thing that he pulls out is a ring. So, both of these are kind of tied for my favorite because they share different significances to me. This one, and he holds up the ring, made for that special someone.
Oh.
They're not with me anymore, unfortunately.
I-
But I like
so
to keep it
sorry.
with me.
Absolutely.
No worries. It's just yeah. I made a matching pair. And he shows you his other hand, and you see that he is wearing what looks like another one.
Dude, you don't make me cry.
But this, and he like holds up the warhammer, and he shows you the impact side. He shows you one impact side with a very jagged looking rune, and he says, "You hit someone with this side, they smell like burning fire," and he flips it around onto the other side with a very smooth, like kind of rounded looking rune. You hit someone with this side, they smell like fairy dust.
That's brilliant.
Oh
Confuse the
no,
enemies.
it's just one of those things, you know. Makes you feel good when you're in the middle of a battle.
Yeah.
You hit someone with if you hit someone with the burning smell side, it kind of incites the senses, you know. Gets
It makes them think they're having a stroke. Like,
and if you know what, I didn't think about that part. That's actually quite
it's
genius.
psychological warfare.
But if you need to feel better, you go into battle and you hit someone with the other side, and it automatically hits you with a waft of minty freshness. It's
Yeah, no.
quite nice, actually.
I love that. Is that like something you're ever willing to sell, or is that like the statement on the
No,
wall? that's yours?
no.
Okay,
This
no,
is
I'm
my
not trying to
baby.
buy it. I was just
Yeah, this
curious
is-
about you.
This is my baby. I'm keeping this one, but yeah, it's mostly because it was my first double enchantment, and
Ooh.
I haven't been able to do a double since this one. Too
What-
hard, you see.
What day of the week is this? This is me
This
taking
is
over, and I feel bad.
This is on the second day
Mhm.
of the week that you were given. What day of the week is it?
It doesn't. I more meant just like what day, like how far.
Oh,
into
what
the
day
week we
of
are. It doesn't-
your
yeah.
week? Yeah, it's the
Yeah.
second one.
Zog pulls out his warhammer because I don't know if you use warhammer on purpose, but that's Zog's weapon. Zog pulled out a warhammer, his warhammer, and he just goes, "If I left this with you, could you stick something on it for me? I don't care what it is. Like you have fun with it.
You know what?
You got me excited.
Oh, you want my treat, don't you?
Yeah, whatever you want to do.
There is one that I've been wanting to try out.
Don't tell
If
me.
you don't
Just do
mind.
it. I don't mind at all."
And he like grabs your warhammer. Would you visually just very shortly describe your warhammer?
So my warhammer is very like, how would you word that? It is. Do you know how? What are they called? There's a style of like knives that you can get that are like the rainbow colored. Do you know what I mean? There's special metals. And
Yeah, heat
think
tempered.
of like think of the block of the warhammer like that with just different shades of blue going up. And then so it's a chunky warhammer with like the different ripples of blue going up it. And the handle is like really old. It's like old worn leather. It has some of the strap falling off of it.
Oh yeah.
Like a very black dyed strap though. With his crest for his god right on the tip of the hand.
You need a little bit of general repair done on this too.
I mean, while you have it, if you don't mind.
Iridescent is a good word
Thank you.
for it. Yeah.
Yes.
And he just like looks and he's like, "Yeah, you helped me out quite a bit first day we met, and I don't feel like I've truly repaid for it, even with your helmet there. It's on the house." And he just kind of like slings it over his shoulder, and he's just like, "Go on now. I don't want I don't want to ruin the surprise." And he turns and he just like walks back into his main smeltery and just shuts the door. So you walk out with a new helmet for your buddy, a couple of materials. You get back on your boat. Actually, no, you do your little check-in with...
Yeah, we don't have to do the rest of the grocery shopping and whatnot, but yeah.
Do your little check-in with Sun and Quinlan. In the context of the situation, there has not been any updates, Sun or Quinlan. And on the second day, you take your boat back and bring the material to Tesla, as well as the sample box, the chemicals,
and the pen.
And the pen. Yep.
I guess Willow stole the pen for you specifically. I'm not sure why. He did not inform me of that. But Willow wanted
a
you
silver pen.
Anything particular about it? It's just generic.
It's very fancy looking.
Is it engraved with Guy?
I
was wondering if it had an engraving, like if it was his name.
There's an engraving. There's an engraving on it, but it's not his name. You see a very light engraving that just says "Best Boss Ever," with a little like exclamation point with a heart at the bottom of it.
Okay.
I think Willow thinks you're her boss.
I don't.
Did you employ Willow?
Not that I'm aware of.
I mean, you've been the best boss I've ever had. Like, you're the only boss I've ever had, but
you turn over and you see the logo for Brass Lantern on the other side.
Oh, okay.
Or Brass Lantern.
Brass Lantern. Okay. So she'll take it and she'll put it. I'm gonna do something with this later, but she'll put it in a drawer and put it aside for now. So you have all the stuff. Cool.
Yep.
She'll take it and she'll strewn it out on her workbench wherever.
Yeah,
and
I explained what the blue liquid is to you, obviously, like what it was used for that I saw.
Do I need to do another roll?
Yes, so that's what we're coming to now. Over the course of the next few days, all of the rolls that you are about to do are going to take course over the next few days, and depending on how well you roll, you will either progress very quickly or kind of chugging along. Just depends. So let's make one. Let's see how we go.
I have
Can
one
I-
inspiration, so I really do. I'm gonna use it.
Well, I was gonna ask,
Um,
can I help with that as well? Can I
re-roll
help
at
with
some
any of
point.
these?
I will let you help with a grand total of 1
Okay, so roll the first one with
because your
advantage.
schedules do conflict.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like,
All right, so I'm gonna roll for this one. 17.
17.
What do I
Beautiful.
add something to it, or
I'll say
was it the
Intelligence?
for the
intelligence?
purposes just to
Yeah.
give mechanic lingo for this, I'll say that you need 3 successes. You can add 1 success.
Okay, so that's a
So.
success. Okay.
Yes. And the DC is not
Um,
going to get like harder unless I deem it that it has to. But
Right.
yeah,
Does
that's 1 success.
Okay, so 3 successes total, or like
Yes.
3 versus however many bad, because we're like 1 to 1.
I will let you know.
Okay.
So your first one being a success definitely helps.
All right.
So on the first couple of days, you begin your experimentation. And you go through several processes. First of all, on the second day after this all happens and you get all this stuff handed to you, you're like, well, now this is some stuff to work with. So you take a little bit, take like a little pipette and a little droplet of the blue liquid, and you douse like one end of just the wrought iron from Tharazol's shop. And almost immediately, in a puff of white smoke, you see the age of this metal, like this metal rapidly deteriorates. It rusts over with an orange rust, as iron would rust, and it hardens. It's a very strong acidic compound that makes metal rapidly rust. You feel like nothing would age this fast without like some magical accompaniment to this liquid as well. But it's a start. You drip it on some copper, and it fizzles and immediately turns that bright lime iridescent green that looks exactly like Lyramite on first glance. The only difference that you can feasibly tell is that this stuff doesn't glow, and it leaves the telltale discoloration whenever you hold it in one place for too long. Letting it sit and coming back to it later, you notice that the iron, all of the rust on it kind of starts to peel and flake, showing that the age is rapidly deteriorating on this thing. And on the coin, after letting it sit for a while, nothing too bizarre happens. Same kind of stuff. Same kind of dealio. So you take a little bit of the liquid. You kind of like start to see if you can reverse engineer it. And that will be your next check. And this will take us end of second, beginning of third day.
Okay, just roll.
Yeah.
Yes, roll. 10. I think I want an inspiration.
Or it could be
You
Zog's
use-
Helper Day.
Yeah. Have you used my advantage yet?
Huh?
Well, have you
You
used
could either-
dogs? Yeah.
No, because the first one I didn't need it.
Right.
Well-
So you could either use your inspiration point or Zog. Your choice.
I guess we can assume that Zog had nothing else to do that day. So yeah, I'll
There you
use
go.
that help.
Zog, you come in and you see Tesla experimenting on the flask of blue liquid.
And I'm just like, you got this. I'm just supportive.
You're just kind of
Give
like
you a little
you're just,
pep talk.
you're just kind of like squatted down onto your knees and you're just like you're just
It's blue.
umpiring this. You're just umpiring this thing right now. And with that, go ahead and re-roll. See what you get.
Please be better. Please be better. 20 natural.
Natural 20. All right. Zog.
Yeah.
As she's experimenting, you notice that when she applies heat to the flask, that it changes very, very rapidly. the color almost shifts from a light blue to like a black or gray. And Tesla, you notice this too. But Zog, you having a natural magical like essence, being a cleric, know that the deadening of magic with heat can do that. Or the alteration of magic with heat can also do that. So before you let the liquid cool, kind of like stop her.
Yeah.
And then you notice, and then Tesla, you kind of make the same observation. And you've experimented with like alchemical properties before.
Okay.
This is one that was kind of just sitting in the back of your like template there. And it clicks. Like right then and there on a natural 20, it just clicks. So you leave it on the heat a little bit longer, and it goes from gray to black, and then from black to a bright golden yellow. And then you take it off the heat with a grabby thingy. Very technical.
Tongs.
Yeah, a couple of tongs. And you gently like let a drop dribble onto a sample of the fake Lyramite. And you watch as the green of this coin, the little droplet lands, and you watch the color immediately fade back to its original copper color, and its shine and luster come immediately back to its surface. You've turned fake Lyramite back into copper.
Nice.
Tesla, we can make copper. No, wait. I forgot. I'm not playing Merc, who's an idiot. I actually have some brains today.
Only marginally.
That's the best line. Tesla, we can make copper.
You know what this means? Yeah, we're broke.
My God. I've clipped it. Okay.
Tesla, we have unlimited pennies.
We have unlimited copper. We can make copper. That's great. So now it's just getting this into a man-portable and aerosolized component to use a lot of it effectively all at once.
So,
and because you got a natural 20, you know that superheated liquids become gas. You can easily bottle up some of this gaseous state. Aerosolize a little bit of liquid in the bottom, and voila! By the end of the 4th day, I'll say, because this does take a lot of work, but you don't need any more successes with that natural 20.
Okay.
You can just work at it and pick at it and tinker at it, and by the end of the 4th day, you will have infused a new item. Ho ho!
Yahoo!
Zog?
Would you like to name a new item?
Ooh.
I don't know.
The
Beyond this,
Kill Gaianator.
the what?
Kill Gaianator.
Killed guy.
Behold, the Kill Gaianator! Isn't that just a gun?
I don't know. I'm not good with names. I'm just
You don't have to worry about naming it if you don't.
yeah. It's one-time use. I mean, unless we come across, I don't know. Anyways,
Oh my God! Wait, really?
Did we really just cross 700?
Well, we did that during
Oh
our
my God.
1 year anniversary or 3 year anniversary, and
We
it
did
just
that
really-
during the.
I was a little.
Which,
behind
by the
during-
way, I didn't even announce that at the beginning of the announcements. Oh
know.
shit!
We're
This
bad
is
at
our
this, you
anniversary
guys.
week.
Yeah,
I'll make that.
that's
I'll
why the
announce it
whole
during the.
channel's like so stacked.
Yeah. So,
Yeah,
you
sorry.
aerosolize
Didn't mean to interrupt. That's
little-
why I sent it in the chat. But yeah,
Yeah.
sorry.
you aerosolize your little liquid,
So
and you end up.
Zog
ahead.
had one question, which is just, do we need to keep it heated when we're using it? Does it have to be hot?
There's a certain point that the liquid just makes the change It goes from one magical state to another. The chemical
Okay.
compound remains the same, but the purpose changes when the magic changes with the superheating.
Yeah, when the vial, the flask heated the liquid, it changed. So now it's
Okay.
in a completely different state. And can I request that it gets put in a like fog machine so that it's like kind of like we're gonna give this wedding some atmosphere.
We're gonna throw a rave.
Oh man, I love that so much. I'll say
Actually,
that
we should do it. We should do a rave. We should like darken the lights and have the brrr and the music, and then there's a
Oh,
mic, and
man.
it's like, we want to bring your attention too.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to offer up this next song for something very special. So I'll say you spend the course of the next day constructing this machine to put your compound in.
Okay.
And you would do that. Make just a straight D20 roll.
Okay.
See how well you can build this thing.
That's 11,
11.
but that's my roll.
Okay.
So like,
So
if
it
we're
would take
doing
you.
if we're doing adding my intelligence, that's a 17.
Oh, okay. So it would take you about half of what would now be the 6th day of this week.
Okay.
And
So we're cutting it close.
You load a little bit of your compound into the top of it, and you kind of like lever it on, and you watch a rapid cloud of this gaseous state of this compound disperses in the room, and a lot of shit happens. So, because this is a rapidly de-aging compound, all of the metal that is exposed to this gas returns to its almost a brand new state. It doesn't change the metal or age the metal or make it look different. It returns it to the state it would have been in, like, when it was made new.
I wonder what
Wait a
happens
minute.
if we do this on Sunday.
Oh,
So it
God.
turns regular iron really, really really bright, shiny gray, and it turns some of your other golden implements. It removes some. It doesn't remove scarring or blemishes, but it does make the metal shine a lustrous golden hue.
So it's shinier. It's not as used in. Okay.
It's a de-ager. It makes these compounds look like new.
Cool.
I'm just saying,
I'm
Tesla.
definitely gonna keep that.
Yeah, I'm like, you could like work this into like some skin cream, be like some like, hey, get rid of your wrinkles, and like,
Maybe not on flesh, but like maybe on your boat.
my boat.
We
Actually not a
could
bad
maybe
idea.
keep it from falling apart
Do you
like it
wanna
almost
test
always
that?
is.
Can I? You know, my boat's mostly made of wood.
There are some metal parts on there.
Hang
There
on,
are
fellows.
some metal parts.
You haven't
Like the
tested it on wood
engine.
yet.
Can I? Yeah, can I test a little? Can I test it on my steering?
Is
So,
there?
do you want
is there
any of the
no-
liquid or the gas? Sorry.
Whatever Tesla's willing to give me.
Whatever is left outside of packaging the fog machine. So like, I'm assuming she's taking notes so she can like recreate
yeah.
this whole thing again. Okay, so like this
All
is
of this is
in her file and stuff.
exactly.
Cool. So yes, she gives him whatever in the liquid form that she did not aerosol into the fog machine or whatever. So like, I don't know, little thing.
With
Actually-
the 25 ounces of the original bottle and changing 20 of it into the de-aging compound, which is a fair amount of uses, you have about 3 ounces left after other samples had already been used for other purposes.
Actually, Tesla, I
Yes.
appreciate you willing to let me test it on wood. The blacksmith in town, I think would fucking love this, just to like bring a little glitz and glamour to some of his stuff.
Yes.
I'll give it to him. Just as
Do
like
that.
a thank you for all the help that he's given us. I'd assume at this point I've gone back, got
All
more
right.
tools from him.
So on the eve of the 6th day, or in the afternoon of the 6th day, you bring the compound on your boat.
Yes.
And for reasons, and for reasons that we are about to divulge into with Sun and Quinlan's thing, you are a bit more cautious. But we're going to get to that. So now we turn. We're going to call that storyline basically
Oh,
just a little bit more.
tiny thing. Do I get my hammer back?
We will, yes.
Okay. All right. We'll cover that later. All right.
We'll
Maybe
have
we
that.
should,
We'll have that.
go to the first half of our break.
Already?
Yeah, we're at 2 hours.
We're at 2 hours, but like 30
That's
minutes
Zoom
of that
time.
was the intro.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay.
Fine. It's up to you.
If you need a break, Dono.
No, you're good. I'm just letting you know. I don't know.
All right. I can do the wedding and your little
No, you're good.
mission in the same chunk. Actually, let's just do this. We'll do your mission first,
Mhm.
and if it starts getting a little too wordy, we'll cut to break and then resolve your mission and then do the wedding in the second half. Okay. So, Sun and Quinlan, your primary objective is to just keep an eye out on the local forces. Are y'all also asking around to kind of get a read on like the morality or the subjectivity of the local forces, or is it just watching for the most part?
Like, are we asking people what they think about the local police department, or?
Because you can do both.
I mean,
I think Quinlan would do that. Simply because he's new in town.
back in town.
I am home. Anyway.
Okay. So, our job is to.
Quinlan asking, Sun looking.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye out for right now. What is my? Well, what is
If
my
there's
whole
anything
thing?
else you
Well,
wanna
actually,
do,
no. I
there's
got the investigator background. I should really be the person talking.
Ah, that is also fair.
And I
that
have
is also
really
very
good
fair.
Very fair.
perception and persuasion and all that other stuff.
Well, let's do
I
this
don't
first. Let's
know.
do general perception first
Mhm.
Okay.
on just keeping eyes
Okay.
open.
So yeah, we're gonna keep an eye on like. Well, have we gotten any idea of like where things are going? Like, where these different shipments and things are coming from, and where he's sending this product out to? Because that was one of the
So-
other things, is that we wanted to like look where he's sending them.
So if you wanted, you will also be the people handling the communication with Harmonious and Laos.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
So this will be included.
Mhm.
So on the first day, not terribly too much happens. Willow and Damon go off to do their recon of the warehouse, and on the first day, with your generalized perception checks, whatever they end up being,
Yes.
we will get a read.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Perception check. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh God.
You can't do worse than me. 4 total.
4?
Oh,
My perception. I got just barely better than you. A 5.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
So the first day you don't spend doing terribly too much.
I'm just kind of like, instead of really looking out, I'm just kind of like in the area with Quinlan, and I'm just looking at him like.
You're not looking for the police or like it's mysterious activity. You're looking at Quinlan.
Yeah.
Like that's what the first day is.
Yeah, I'm
Quinlan
just like,
looking
there's
at-
obviously noticeable staring.
you're squishy.
I feel like my staring is probably making Quinlan like very awkward.
Yeah, he's like actually taking the time to pay attention to the town and actually like absorb what's going on. But the constant staring is just like making him feel like he's under investigation as well,
Yeah.
but he's too
So-
polite to say anything.
So you're looking, but someone else is looking at you, and you can't look too well. It's By the second day, a development happens. You get in the early hours of the morning, Willow and Damon go off to do their actual mission, which we have already seen occur.
Mm-hmm.
But in the meantime, Laos comes up to a predetermined meeting point, closer to the outskirts of town. And he kind of like catches up with both of you. He's just like, "Hey, I came here quick. Yeah, so I think Harmonious already told your friends, but you might want to be careful dealing with brass lantern people. There's a lot of brass lavender people. There's ever since your little initial stint, they're on higher alert than they were normally, but they weren't normally on high alert at all. So they're like at the very least they're keeping watch now. Oh, and if you want, there's gonna be a shipment coming into town today. So if you want to keep tabs on that, this is where it's going." And he hands you a little slip of paper, with like a very crudely drawn map and some directions. And you notice the shoreline that it's on the shoreline. Yeah. Of the river, so you know where to go at the very least. A couple minutes later, or not a couple minutes, a couple hours later, Willow and Damon come back into town. Willow and Damon, if you want to come back for this interlude. At this point, would y'all be running, or would you be like, because this is after you've escaped. Oop, you're
I
muted.
don't run. I
We made a
fly.
stealthy retreat out of there, so why would we bother running?
Okay. I just kind of would leave that up to you then, never mind.
Yeah, it would draw attention to us.
Yeah. So, on the outskirts of town, Damon and Willow, you see Sun and Quinlan, kind of like doing their watching, which I need you to roll another perception check for, by the way.
Okay.
See how much better y'all end up doing.
Dirty 20.
Nice. And oh boy.
Where's my perception? That's a 10.
10.
Yeah.
You both did better.
Yeah.
So as you're keeping a lookout, y'all are about to head to where Laos said the shipment was going to go. But then Willow and Damon show up, carrying with them a couple of things. You see them carrying a bottle of blue liquid and a chest. And a couple of pens.
I'm still staring at Quinlan while also now being a little more active.
Yeah, you're like looking around now, but your attention is still being drawn right back to Quinlan, like more often than not.
It
Quinlan,
kind
this
of
is-
feels like we're trying not to have a conversation that is being wanted to had.
But you have got your mind sharply focused today. You have been able to push sundials staring out of your mind, and you are now laser focused.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any interaction between Damon and Willow and Sun and Quinlan as you're like passing to go to Zog's boat?
I just nod at them and say mission successful.
Look at the pen I got.
Big thumbs.
She holds up a fancy silver pen.
I'm gonna lean in and take a closer look at it.
You see engraved on one side it says "Best Boss's Wife Ever," with an exclamation point and a heart beneath the exclamation point, and on the other side it says on the other side is the logo for the Brass and Lavender scrapyards.
Fascinating.
Tried my hand, and I got a pen. Woo.
Does it write well?
I don't know. I would assume so.
If you know how to spell it, I'm sure it could.
Wow.
Just a pen.
Yes.
Come on, dude. What the?
It was a good joke.
And I'm upset that it took me a moment to catch it.
All right. So, as you pass by, you make your way on the second day to where the shipment is being dropped off. And you kind of stake it out. As you're just kind of observing, waiting. About midday, or a couple hours after midday, a cart pulls up, being driven by a Firbolg. With a person in the front seat, kind of covered in hood and cloak. These raiments, both the Firbolg guards, the Firbolg guards' armor and this hooded cloak both have symbols of the brass lavender scrapyards on them from the distance that you were able to observe them from. And they stop at the address listed. It's just it looks to be a little shack, kind of sitting on the shores, sitting on the banks of this river, with its proprietor kind of like fishing out front of it. And as he's kind of reeling in, the shipment pulls up and he's like, digs the rod into the bank, and you observe him walk over. Some well dealings are made, a couple of handshakes.
Who's
The guard
that?
stays with the
Sorry.
guard stays with the cart. Oh, sorry.
I thought you were like taking a beat, but
No, yeah, go ahead. Go.
so Dell just goes to Quentin. It's like, who's that?
It could be Guy.
As you walk over, as they both walk over, they exchange well greetings, handshakes, and you see them kind of talk to each other for a moment. He lets down his hood, and you see a familiar silhouette. The hair kind of matches the face. The side profile of the face kind of matches. This definitely looks like Guy from a distance. About a minute goes by. They go around to the back of the cart, and out of the back of the cart, you see a barrel. Gets hauled down off of the cart by the Firbolg guard, carries it over, sets it out in front of the shack, and it looks almost perfectly blended in with the rest of the like crates and barrels that sit around it. If you didn't watch this happen, you would not be able to tell the difference between the barrel they just let out and a barrel with like fish shit in it, or like, you know, garbage, refuse. It looks very well blended in. And you, as they kind of set it down, another handshake is exchanged. Okay. So neither of you have a high enough passive to notice a specific thing that happens. But you notice that, like, the kind of fisherman kind of tips his hat over to Guy. Guy puts his hood back up and turns around and walks back over to the cart. The guard starts the horses off, turns around, starts heading back the way it came. And then a couple more minutes pass, and a guard walks by. A town guard. Walks up to the fisherman's shack. You can either let this happen, or you can intervene. I will let you intervene at whatever time you like. Guard walks up to the fisherman. They exchange pleasantries, it seems like. And the guard kind of like gestures over in the general direction of the shack, his weapon. Sticks it in the ground. Conversation is too quiet to be heard from this distance. The guard walks over to a stack of crates and barrels. And he kind of like taps his weapon against the sides of a lot of these, couple of these crates and barrels. The fisherman is looking mighty nervous. He is just rocking back and forth in place, waiting for something to happen.
My good man. How far away are we from this thing?
About, I'd say about 100, 150, maybe 200 feet.
Okay, cool. Just checking.
Safe distance that none of this, that you would not be observable from their vantage point, but you can observe them.
Oh. 150 feet.
Sorry.
You good?
I don't have much of anything that can help the situation. This is a very awkward situation because one, Sundial doesn't really feel like like talking too much to Quinlan. There's like this moment of just like.
Neither one of us are very big talkers.
No. Sundial like responds, and he's always like just like looked at Quinlan. He's just been like, okay.
It's just like this nonverbal connection. It's like there are looks exchanged and body language, but
Like,
there aren't a lot of
yeah.
words.
The questioning posturing of
I just go, we should, and shrug. What though? What's the scene? Sorry, say it again. Like we're at a dock, right? 'Cause
You're
it's a
at
fisherman?
you're
Yeah.
behind you're behind a you're kind of like hiding yourselves behind like a low wall on the outskirts, on the shores, on the banks of the Coleman River, where this fisherman's shack is sitting. A guard has walked basically past your position towards this fisherman's shack and is now just very lightly inspecting the crates and barrels where this shipment has just been dropped off.
Okay. I am inspecting a spell really
Okay.
quickly. Okay. I know exactly where the crate is that has the thing that they're trying to hide, right?
You both noticed which barrel is hiding what you expect to be a shipment of either faux gold or faux lirimite or something. It's a shipment from Brass Lantern, so you expect it to be much of the same of what you observed when you were in the warehouse. Fake gold, fake metal, fake something.
Okay.
It's a shipment of something.
Okay. Above board, reviewing. Do we want that? Do we want to, like, take that? Or do we want the guard to find it? Puppy, chill. I don't know if you guys can hear that, but I have a little puppy off to the
Just a
side
little.
here that's just doing a little howl.
I mean, we could tip off the guards early, but that could lead to
What you could allude to with this is making something known to the guard without revealing the entire thing, if you wanted to. If you don't want to, you don't have to. You could just leave the guards completely be and observe.
The guard
mean,
looks like
it
he's
would
doing his job,
also-
right? Like, let
He
me
looks
do
like he's doing his job. He's
Okay.
inspecting the barrels.
He's not like-
inspecting stuff.
Okay.
He's not like. In this moment, is there?
Oh, one of our
Did-
things that we talked about was literally him losing out on a few shipments because they found out on things, but us not like being obvious that we were on his tail.
yeah.
So he was like, we were kind of like putting on the pressure on the way to the wedding. So
Yeah.
maybe them finding the fake would be a good idea. Yeah. Okay.
So in this moment,
Would we
you
be
either observe
against
or
me
intervene.
using catapult to break a hole or to send a little something to break a small hole into the container so it fills out? Because I can see the container from me, right?
You
Yeah.
can.
Okay, catapult. If I can see an item within 60 feet. Sorry, just to explain to Dippy the idea. If I can send an item that is within 60 feet up to 90 feet away. You said it was 120 feet.
You're at the perfect distance if you wanted to try that.
Yes. Okay. So I just gotta be at I'm at a good enough angle that it's not gonna be like I'm throwing.
Yeah.
I don't know, it could be
You just
like
gotta
I
make it
could
not
make
obvious.
it be like a kid throws something,
Yeah.
but this cracks open and it's like, hey, who
Yeah,
threw
so what do
that?
you wanna do?
But obviously smuggling.
Of course.
I have darts that could be used for that. If I throw it out at an angle
Mhm.
and then you zip it back the other way.
It doesn't have to be on the ground. You could start throwing it, and then I could, while it's
Yeah.
in the air,
And then you can catapult it even harder. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
a little bit of like
We doing this?
I could break that.
Hmm.
Look at Quinlan.
And I hold up a dart.
That worked.
Okay, so Quinlan, I need you to make. Just roll a d20 for me. I would almost call this an attack, but you're not trying to attack a person. You're just throwing it.
It's like
I'm just
force.
trying to throw it as far
Yeah.
as I can.
Yeah.
You're just throwing it. I'll say that this d20 roll is to see if you can throw it quietly
Okay.
or like stealthily, you know?
17 on the die.
Okay.
Okay. Son,
Okay.
do you need to do anything specifically for catapult?
It says that the box has to make a dex save,
The target makes a dex save?
Yep.
which
Hmm.
a barrel, I think a barrel has like a
No,
negative
it fails.
5 to dex, so
Yeah, no, it fails. It fails.
All right, so 3d8 damage is what I'm doing to it.
Oh my god.
Catapult is the best spell.
Yeah.
Like,
So good.
I adore catapult. I
same.
I was picking up
went through a
pieces
So-
campaign where I
and
basically
would've
played
been very-
Magneto. So
So Quinlan,
Yes.
you throw your dart and it soars through the air right out to 60 feet.
Mhm.
And then Sun,
at the very
you like hone in and you just and it just like blowguns into the side of this barrel.
Okay, so that was doing
Is this
math
rolling
in my
damage?
head. Yes, I'm doing damage if that matters, but it's 13.
13.
13 damage altogether, plus whatever dart does. Oh, that's a
Yeah.
D4, correct?
No, the dart damage is
Uh,
replaced with the catapult damage.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Yeah. Because the dart would just do 1d4, right?
Yeah.
yes, they're
Yeah.
the baseline monk darts,
Mhm.
1d4.
So you concentrate, and it blowguns pooch into the barrel in one end, out the other. You see a little panel just kind of like clattering out comes a pile of fake gold. And the guard looks over and sees this, and he's just like, he kind of like hears the impact of something hitting the barrel like a little bit away from him, and then sees the pile of gold, and he just like runs over to it and looks at it, and then looks at the fisherman, and then looks at the gold, and then looks back at the fisherman, and then he walks over to the fisherman, and they have a stern talking
Insight check.
for about 5 minutes. Insight check.
Yes.
Yeah.
You are not close enough to hear the conversation unless you want to really concentrate on it.
What about?
Also, who are you insight checking? The guard or the
I mean, we're trying to get a vibe on the guards and like the
Yeah.
security here, so
or do you want to vibe check
Mm.
the fisherman?
I guess I'll vibe check the fisherman. Is he worried about this situation?
One of you check one of you check the other.
Sure.
I'm gonna vibe check the guard.
Okay.
See if he's
Okay.
actually on our side.
Okay.
That's decent.
Put up an ear. And
It's
do
gonna be a
21.
6. Wait,
21,
making
and?
sure I'm using the right stat. Yep, 16.
16. 21 and a 16. Both of you can get a pretty good read on how these two act. They actually kind of back up. a little bit. The guard is almost pushing the fisherman away from the barrel at this point, close enough to you that you can hear bits and pieces of the conversation. The guard, Quinlan, is being very authoritative. You hear him.
And just what do you think you're doing? With a barrel full of gold? It doesn't seem like you would be making that much money at your business.
The fisherman is extremely worried and trying to talk his way out of the situation, as you hear.
Look, I don't know. I got an inheritance from my grandma, and she just like I didn't have any like better place to put this stuff in it. I just had the spare barrels, and they're just like, enough blabbering. You're going to tell me where you got this gold? Oh, just don't. Are you gonna send me to jail?
No, as long as you cooperate.
Oh, yeah, oh, fine.
And he goes over. They both walk over to the gold, and they pick it up. And then the guard looks at his handful really closely. And then he looks to the fisherman again. And both of you hear, "What is this?" And the fisherman looks down and like picks some of it up. And he looks at it. And he notices it. And he just looks over to the guard. And he's like, you hear him go, "I don't know." And then they carry on a conversation. Neither of them knew it was fake. The fisherman thought he was getting a shipment of real gold. And now both of them are pissed. Not at each other, but they come to a consensual agreement. So the fisherman kind of goes back to his shack and back to his work. He kind of like kicks the barrel and a few more faux gold pieces pour out of it. The guard begins to walk back past your position. You can make yourselves known or you can keep yourselves hidden, your choice. You're muted, Dono, by the way.
What would we even tell him? I don't know.
Yeah. There's nothing that I can think of. No reason to announce ourselves.
I don't know. Like,
When I say
really.
make yourselves known, I mean like you're just gonna like stand up and blend in.
Oh.
Rather than like, "Hey, I have an announcement." No, you would
Okay.
literally just be like, you would either be hiding or you would just be like unhiding.
We're just chilling behind some crates, my dude. We're not
You're just chilling.
suspicious. I just look
just
like a
chilling.
pile of trash, and he's just dude that looks like air.
You're just chilling.
I look like a grumpy Stormfront.
Yeah. And I'm just some trash. What the fuck does anybody have any problem with us?
As he approaches, I'm gonna like pull out a random rag from my sleeve and just start like polishing part of Sundial. So I'm just dude cleaning my trash.
I just make myself smell absolutely terrible with prestidigitation, so he stays the fuck away from us.
Oh boy. The guard, as the guard begins to walk past, and then he catches a whiff, and he's just like, whew, and he just like makes a veer off course.
Mhm.
And you hear him mumble under his breath something as he walks past. And it looks like he's speaking this into like a communication like device.
Perception check?
Sure.
What's he saying? What did he say?
What did he say?
13. Not good enough.
13.
I don't know.
No.
Maybe.
As he walks past, you hear him say, "Start doing some more random searches on shipments coming into town. It seems we have a front coming on." And he like hangs it back on his belt.
Coming into town or going out of town?
Shipments coming into town.
Okay. This is a shipment going out, though.
Hmm?
This is a shipment going out, though, right?
Kind of like they're like on the outskirts of town on the other side
Mhm.
coming through.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
I have no idea how, like, dynamic works.
So shipments can either go to the port or they can go
Got it.
interspersed throughout the town.
Dope. Thank you.
If
I
they're
am-
checking, If they're checking shipments coming into town, they're checking both. They're checking anything going to the port and anything going into the town.
I got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Outgoing would be if someone is literally like coming from the town to the port or coming from the town outwards. You catch my drift?
Yep.
They're going to be running random searches. And to that point, your mission is accomplished. As you keep your eyes peeled, no more checks needed, you notice a little bit of increased activity around some shipments coming into town, but not enough that it's like debilitating. Until day 5. As you're doing your watches, you notice the same guard just kind of passing on the high street as you're going to like one of your locations, and he's like, "Excuse me, gents." And he like gestures to the both of you.
Mm-hmm.
I do hate to be a burden, but we've kind of been going around asking people, have you noticed any strange shipments? Barrels, crates, boxes coming in with slightly heavier loads than you might be used to. If you're not from here, then you might not know, but if you know anything, we would appreciate the help.
I'm not originally from here,
Oh,
but my associate is more familiar with the area than I am.
And he looks over to you, Sunday.
Shit.
Have you seen any strange shipments? We've managed to catch about 3 in the past 3 days.
Strange.
Well, the thing is that they're barrels full of gold, but it's not real gold. It's fake gold. In fact, if you wouldn't mind, could I check a little bit of your gold purses, either of you? And he just
I can't
like
I'm gonna offer it up because it's gonna be like that sudden realization of maybe I have some fake shit.
he offers it up. You offer it up to him.
Okay.
Kind of like opens it up, fingers around inside, grabs a piece. It's real. Sorry, by the way. And he drops it back in, hands it back to you. All of your gold is real.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for checking.
You hand Sundial.
Sundial just goes like with his hands, like all of it,
Well, whatever you have on you.
and I just start pouring like 100 and like some odd amount of gold into his hands because I don't have a purse.
It just like is circling around your form and in the unseen bits, and he's just like, "Oh, what the fuck? Oh, hello." Picks up a slightly larger piece than normal. Do you know where you got this piece specifically? And he holds it up to your like orb face.
Mm-hmm.
This piece is fake.
Do I have a -1 to my gold?
Yeah, go ahead, subtract
Okay,
1 gold.
cool.
You look at it and you realize may have inadvertently picked up one when you were in so I guess it would be a -1 plus 1 because you inadvertently picked up one when you were in Grass Lavender and you didn't realize it. And this is genuinely a fake piece. And he looks to you and he's like, "Do you know where you got this from?"
I walk about a lot and pick up things. My form's a bit weird.
And you see this piece kind of like jiggle in his hand, and it like floats back into your form.
Sorry.
Uh-huh. Right. Well, as long as that's not actively picking anybody's pockets, then I've got nothing to worry about. Just be aware
would
of what
never.
you might. Of course, sir. Just be aware of your little pickups. That. Be on the lookout for some, and if you find
Will
some,
do.
bring it to us. We're down at the station on the corner of the and he explains to you where a guard station is, where you could potentially drop off some gold, potentially drop off evidence if you had any.
Recently, I've been standing. Recently, besides here, I was around the the Waste, right?
The way
Yes.
the Craglands,
Yeah.
or the dunes, either the desert or the Craglands, whichever one.
The Craglands, and there was a decent sized warehouse out there. I don't know what it's for, but that's about the last place I was really anywhere besides here.
Yes, that's right.
And it looks to you, takes out a little. Noted. Puts his pen back. And he's just like, Thank you, citizen.
Well,
Your help is greatly appreciated.
have a good day.
You too. And he
Thank
dips
you.
his helmet, turns around, looks at you again when you say thank you.
I tip my
Turns
orb.
around, walks away. Yeah. Tip your orb. Whoomp.
It spins.
It just spins and so Zog, on day 5 when you're coming into town, or day 6 when you're coming into town, Sun and Quinlan report back to you. What do you
Dial. I don't like being on the boat without you.
Shame.
Quinlan,
Sorry.
how was your one-on-one time with Sundial? Did you all have fun?
It was
Look at him.
quiet.
I mean, that seems like something you enjoy.
Getting a bit of peace is a difficult thing to do.
Do you guys find out of him?
Indeed. Seems the gods are now aware of fake gold.
And are they like hyped for it? Like money in their pockets, or are they?
They are increasingly searching for where it's coming from.
Oh, okay. So they're not skeevy cops. They're doing all right.
Correct.
That's good. Y'all really are quiet.
Indeed.
The serenity of the moment is interrupted by Louse coming down the high street. He's just like,
Why do I always run for these things? Hey!
Small legs.
Hey! Oh, hey, it's you. Hey, Zog.
Hi, let's voice is low. Let's hop on the boat before we talk, all right?
Oh, right, sure.
Yeah.
and he both make your way back over to the boat. And Louse reports to the 3 of you.
Hey, so, Boss Man knows that something is gone, but he doesn't know how. He's asking all of his workers, and he asked me, and I said I didn't know, even though I'm pretty sure I know. But he might be a little more nervous, just to let you 3 know.
I appreciate it.
Perhaps.
The main thing that he's worried about is that he said he lost his his juice. I don't know what that specifically is referring to, but
That's not until you're older, buddy. Don't worry about it. That happens every time you get married. Just kind of juice goes away.
huh?
It's nothing you got to worry about. Quinlan, what's
Should
up?
I be worried?
You did not disappoint me, Dudley.
I spit my frickin' beer.
So,
Quinlan,
as
are
you're
you,
all-
are you getting married?
as you're all kind of like gathered back up on the boat, at this point, all gathered up on day 6, right before the day of the wedding, you gather your info together.
On day
Your
6
plan has been set.
in the morning, can
I'd like to
sun
make
come?
one. Oh, sorry.
What's your one
Oh,
thing?
good.
Yeah.
Sun would like to go to Nazog at some point in time after thinking for a very long time.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like, Zog, have you been married?
Yeah. Why do you ask?
You're saying that a man loses his sauce.
He gets it back when he finds his way.
Have you found your way, Zog?
No. That's what I got this for. And he lifts up his compass.
Hmm. Do you need help to find your way, Zog?
You're already helping me, bud.
Good. And he walks away.
Beautiful. Beautiful moment. Tezel?
The plaque that she had gotten earlier from the office.
Mhm.
Being that she's been there the entire week, I would like to have her have met with the what do you call it? The courier Mokat or
Oh
Mocket.
yeah. Oh
Um,
yeah. Let's see. Oh gosh, hold on. Makat. Yes.
Makat. Mokat.
Makat does make another shipment in the time that you were experimenting.
Okay.
He comes back around and he's like, "Well, it's good to see you again, Tesla. Got any
Yeah.
news?"
Any news? Working on it. There may be a couple of days where I won't be here.
Oh,
So you know where to drop everything off.
of course.
Won't be doing any new orders.
Alrighty. Sounds good to me.
I need you to deliver this package. It's very important that it gets there. If you need to skip any other deliveries, I will compensate you for it, but it needs to head straight to the headquarters association of the businesses for Quizar.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, sure. I'm heading down that direction. Starting tomorrow.
All right. Yeah,
mind
it's
telling me what this is?
it's evidence of fraud.
Oh.
So just in case things end up tits up for me, consider it secure, not insurance. So the safer it gets there, the better.
Okay. I'll see to it. It'll be about this is all happening on day like 5, by the way.
Whichever day, yeah. It was between the experimenting, yeah. Any of the days.
between finding out the formula and the wedding, of course.
Yep.
So that would be about 5.5, 6.
Yep.
And he looks at you and he's like, "No problem. Headquarters of commerce."
Yep. And yeah, after these last deliveries, you know the usual. I'll be busy and things will go cold and you won't see as much shipments, but I will ring you on the spending stones if I when I come back.
Of course. No worries.
All right. See you
Well,
around.
best of luck to you. And he kind of like, yeah, and he rides off down the road with your package. I think I know what's in that package, but to elucidate me, could you send me a message what it is?
Oh, it's the plaque. It's
Right.
the
Of course.
that he fumbled and made look official, but it's not
Yep.
really. Plus,
Yep.
there's also probably a handwritten letter explaining the situation, his business, who he is, all this other stuff.
Beautiful.
And it kind of going over the head of the local police just in case the information that Sundial and dude come back
Quinlan?
and say like
Quinlan?
they're in Quinlan. Yes, sorry, I keep forgetting his name, and I tried not to. That they find out that the police are working for him. She just is like, it's her insurance to make sure that, if the cops are in on it, then at least someone over their head can be able to take it down.
Good to know. So,
Bureaucrats do not like losing money.
so
Sorry.
as you all rest on the 6th night, ready for the following day, we are going to take a break because
My
tomorrow
hammer.
we've got a wedding. Yes.
My hammer.
Oh yeah, you get on
Just
on
really
the,
quick.
Yeah, in the afternoon of the 6th day, you go back to Tharzal. Tharzal hands it back to you. Ah, splendid. I believe you'll find that I've put a lot of work into this one. I'm pretty sure I know how it's going to turn out, but I can't test it without hurting someone or something with it. So, you've got to let me know how it turns out. By the way, whenever you hit something with this, what I think is going to happen is a rose will spout out of their ear if you land a hit successfully, and if you hit them really, really hard, a whole bouquet should just sprout out of their ear. It's
I
a
love it.
little bit of trickster magic, but it's the best I could think of on a moment's notice.
I appreciate that. I love it. I would love to try something, and I bring out the little blue bottle that I've left.
The little yellow, yeah, the anti-ager, yes?
Yeah, the anti-aging, so black or gold.
It
now.
would be yellow. It would be gold, yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm like, this. I'm not going to do it because I'm not going. Like, it's yours to do what you
Kinda
want
like
with.
Takes it from
What?
you.
Yes. This is something Tesla was working on that brings metal back to the state it was in when it was first made. It's not a lot left, but it should be enough if you ever wanted to
Kinda
see your
like-
wife's wedding ring from when you first made it.
Kind of uncorks,
Mhm.
and he like lets a drop fall onto his ring, and what was a very dingy golden ring all of a sudden turns the shiniest and most lustrous that it has in years.
This is exactly why I wanted to bring it to him. Yeah.
And he just like,
Made me look at my rings.
I don't know if I could ever repay you for this.
You've done plenty. All right. There's gonna be some between you and me. There might be some chaos tomorrow. You might want to take a break.
Oh. Well, I sure hope it doesn't have anything to do with the wedding. Here, everyone in town's invited.
Don't go. Are you invited?
Well, yeah, of course.
Don't go.
Well, why not? That should
Go
be a
take a
beautiful
trip, buddy. Go take a trip. Take a day to yourself. Enjoy the
You
memories
sure?
of your wedding opposed to this fuckery that's happening tomorrow.
Oh, it's a bit of fuckery then. Okay. Well, that's all you had to say. Well, safe travels, friend. And if you
You
need
as well.
anything else, you just come right back to me, okay?
Yep.
And as you leave, you rest for the 6th day. And on the 7th, you awaken ready for a wedding.
Yes.
We're going to be right back.
Did you just make
So-
a creation reference?
Huh?
Did you just make
Yeah.
a world creation reference?
Maybe. Who knows?
You know what? We're gonna
Maybe
go
that
take a
was
break.
some-
Love you all.
Yeah, let's go take a break. Podcast listeners, thank you for listening to part 1. We'll have part 2 up about a week from now. If you want to watch the whole episode, go to YouTube, enjoy, and cheers. We'll see you on the flip side. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So
1. We're right here, you guys. What's up? We're back.
Hello,
We're
how are y'all
back.
doing, everybody?
Hello.
We've been eating, drinking, and having a
Not
good
smoking.
old time. So
Speak for
now we
yourself.
are back. For the podcast listeners, hello and welcome to part 2 of episode 6 of the In-Quy'zz-ition. But for everyone else, you catch it back up from the break on the 7th day of a week-long venture. With
This
new
7th day has no rest.
Yeah, this
There's
is
no
not a
rest
time
for
for
me.
resting. Even though this is the 7th day, this is no time for rest. You wake up in your various locations and all meet together outside Tharazal's just for a meeting point. Zog, you have the original invitation note.
I do, with my +1 for Sundial.
Oh,
Actually,
plus
wait, did I get a +1 or did Sundial get his own?
You're already all kind of like going. I don't think you need to
Okay.
worry about a +1 at
Okay.
this point. It doesn't specify. It just says like
Did you make sure
plus
to send that
guests.
back
Okay. What?
so they know what to feed us? Or feed you?
Oh, I didn't, but you also don't eat, buddy.
I know.
I just
I did a
I
thing.
misspoke as a character, so.
What's
you
that?
did a thing.
I did a thing.
What did you
Oh
do?
shit!
I rolled.
No,
a
I see
nat-
the message. Yeah, I see the message. Okay. Okay, so you have to worry about one less person on your invitation.
We didn't have a plan yet.
Either way, I'll use that whenever the time is appropriate.
Yeah.
So you all gather and you come to the address on the original invitation, and you set off. About a 30 minutes journey. By the way, I know this is a wedding episode. Did anyone dress up like especially
Oh,
for this, or are
Zog-
y'all just kind of in regular?
Zog's dressed to the nines. Zog is like
Mhm.
full suit, like actually wearing sleeves for her chains, like
You
some
actually-
nice slacks, and definitely has like an old timey top hat because he thinks that's still like classy.
And you also have that glamour armor that you got from me.
That's also
I-
true.
I do. He's
Or-
wearing that under. Or
Dark and
over
broody.
under.
Dark and broody as always.
Sundial is
You all kind
sundial.
of have your own good looks, just kind of about you when you're going around anyway. It's y'all
Tesla
are-
will be wearing something in a formal type of wear, but nothing too formal. So like, kind of, the mechanic style, not, a tie and everything, but
Mhm.
maybe a black overalls and a nice white shirt with
I love it. I love it. I already feel it.
unscuffed shoes and yeah, but still just the same old mechanic
Beautiful.
style.
Beautiful.
Sundial is Sundial, and he makes no apologies for being
Hey.
himself.
Do you have like the bow tie that you like kind of got with your, or
He'll
what was
look
that? Was that
over
just
at Gearsparks and just make a bow tie out of stone.
just kind of comes together
Tesla,
on his
sorry.
on the front of his
No.
phone. Tesla, yeah. So, about 30 minutes later, you approach what appears to be an open field. I say field. It's the ground is still lined with the usual refuse, metal scrappage, but it does open up. It seems that a large portion of the arable land has been cleared, so the dirt underneath is the exposed surface rather than just walking on a large pile of garbage. But this is a field that's basically like right on the outskirts of town, just on the banks of the Coleman River. It's on like a little cliffside. It's not the cliffs of Dover, like hundreds of feet above the river, but there's a drop off from the edge of the land to the edge of the water beneath you. Open view. This is the widest part of the river in terms of where Moran sits. So you can see across to the land on the other side just barely, but it's mostly this picturesque wavy river of green and blue. The sky shining a perfectly bright green, and the sun a pale burning white. Not a cloud in the sky, a perfect day for a wedding. Dozens, hundreds even, are gathered and are all just kind of conversing, mingling with each other. You see a couple familiar faces, a couple unfamiliar faces, you know. Some of the people from the original tavern, some of the people from the Island Breeze are there. Some of the people of the Automatic Crab are there, you know. People you would know and recognize. But you also recognize two people. You see Laos and Harmonious kind of standing together in their own, you know, fancy dress. And then as soon as they see you, they kind of approach you nonchalant like. They're just like, well, good to see you showed up. Are you sure that you're ready for this?
Almost. There are a
Okay.
few little minor preparations, but it's just for effect. And she takes a bag of her the nuts and bolts and everything,
Mhm.
hands them to Laos. Like, place these anywhere you want to see light coming from. It's gonna be pretty. So,
Oh, okay, yeah, sounds good. And he starts off.
um,
Harmonious looks to you, Tesla, and he leans in and he goes, I know you wanted to get in contact with the bride. I can lead you to her.
that
Just
would
follow me.
be great.
Just follow me. And he will start to cut through the crowd. He was mainly talking to Tesla, but whoever wants to join Tesla to communicate to the bride can. So who is following
Sundial
Tesla?
will be going with you because there was a sub plan made.
So Sundial and Quinlan and Tesla. The other three are just kind of mingling.
Dog
Damon.
is definitely looking for a buffet.
Damon. Oh, by the way, as you're all approaching the field, you are getting like counted at the door, but not like named. There is a separate list, but this early on, they're not like checking the list. They're just like, yeah, just come on in.
But not
Yeah,
Damon.
Yeah. And you just like manage to blend in with like a couple of other folks, and you don't feel like you're noticed. In fact, you know you're not noticed. With a natural fucking 20 on a stealth check, you slip into the party uncounted, unnoticed, unrecognized.
So I told myself if it was 20 or higher, total of 20 or higher, then I was gonna sneak in. If it wasn't, then I was gonna just go in with the rest of the group and roll fucking nat 20.
Of course. So are you trying to stay kind of nonchalant, unnoticed?
Yeah,
or
I
are
want
you
to.
catching up with folks? Are you catching
No,
up with
I
groups?
kind of want to stay unnoticed, but stay close to the group, so that way, if anything goes down, I can react quickly.
Of course. I will have you as such.
Maybe try and pickpocket a person or two in the meantime.
Oh, by the way, make 3 sleight of hand checks, and this will tell you just how much generalized pickpocketing you can do over the course of the week that you just had.
My dice, there it is.
As he does that, Tesla.
Yes.
And Sundial and Quinlan. You all follow Harmonious over to what appears to be a row of white tents. Yes.
I wanted to say real quick, maybe she gets a little paranoid at the very last second and grabs maybe a hat from somewhere that has like a covering, a veil that hides part of her face.
As you're like
Maybe-
walking past,
Maybe it's just sitting on the table or something. Yeah, maybe she sees something and is like, "Oh shit, I should hide my face."
Yeah, make a sleight of hand check as you're following Harmonious.
Yes, I know. This is gonna be bad. What do I add for the sleight of hand?
So on your sheet, let me look and see what your sleight of hand is.
I went ahead and just send it to the group so you can get to that when you get a chance.
Oh, 1. You can add 1.
Okay. Yeah, I see it. Dex. All right. Cool.
Ooh. Okay.
19.
19. Nice. As you're just walking past, you just kind of like, you just zwoop. It seems like this lady is just like talking like, oh, have you tried the hors d'oeuvres? They are absolutely delightful. There's no possible way this could get any better. And like, she doesn't even notice that her hat's gone. She's just trying to be a socialite and no, like the scene, like 2 of the people that are talking to her like look up and notice her hat's gone and just like look back to her like
There's so much hairspray in her head, she doesn't notice that there
Yeah,
wouldn't even be a breeze blowing.
It's just like a beehive haircut and the wind like blows and just like like slants over, but she doesn't even. It's great. So Harmonious brings you to a row of 5 tents, and he brings you specifically to the last one of the 5, the biggest one, as it were. And he kind of like tips the curtain back, peeks in, tips it back in, looks to the group of you 3 and says, she's in there. I've told her that she should be expecting guests, but I haven't told her anything else.
All right.
The floor is yours. And he just kind of like gestures to the front tent flap for you to go from there as you wish.
All right. I will hand him the box, the fog maker, and
And
I will-
Harmonious the box?
Yes.
Yeah.
Could you place this in front of the podium stand wherever the couple will meet?
I'll see
The
what
altar.
I can do.
That thing.
The altar. I'll see what I can do. And he kind of walks off,
Okay, cool.
ready to secret the item in a hiding place.
Sweet. All right. I'm looking at sundial.
Mhm.
Are you ready?
Do we know who this woman is?
No.
All right.
And he just turns.
Look at Quinlan.
And
Quinton.
Look away.
all right.
Anything to add?
Cracked knuckles.
Marvelous.
All
Yeah.
right.
Oh,
Yeah.
that was actually me.
To the people that are listening in podcast, Quinlan just shook his head no.
Sorry.
Incredible.
No, nothing to add.
Nothing to add.
Incredible.
Perfect.
All right.
So,
So I pull the curtain back and walk in.
before you sits a Irk, as previously mentioned. She has kind of like a top bun down into a couple of hanging like strands of hair. She has like pitch black hair, but it's like styled perfectly. It has that perfect sheen to it. You see slightly rounded features to not just her face, but her form, you know. And her pale olive green skin kind of glistens under a little bit of candlelight as she sits in front of a mirror, kind of preparing herself, just doing little, you know, doing little preparing things. Seems like you walk in as she starts to apply some lip gloss. And she looks into the mirror, from her to you into the mirror, and she's like, "Ah, you must be the guests that I've been expecting. Come on in, come on in."
She's a
And
gangster. Don't trust her.
Turns. She turns and she like sits back in her chair with a lax posture, and she's like, "And what do I owe the pleasure to?"
My name is Tesla Fastbender, and I heard
My.
that guy was getting married, and I thought that I would come and introduce myself and say hello to an old acquaintance.
Well, it's an absolute pleasure to meet you, Tesla. My name is Baez the Bountiful, but you can just call me Bai.
Bye, hello. These are my friends. This is Sundial and Quinlan.
Hello, you two. And she gives you a little wave, like a queen
Quinlan
wave.
just bows.
Oh, there's no need for that, honey. I'm nothing special. And she looks back to you, Tesla, and she's like, "So, yeah, I assume you already knew Guy from some previous encounter. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here, right?"
Yes, I have met him before, and I know him pretty decently, though I'm assuming you know him a lot better than I do.
Oh, we've been talking and talking for the past few weeks now. He's just a doll. He has this nervous little puppy energy to him. I just can't help myself. He's so cute. When he popped the question, I thought it was a little soon, but I couldn't imagine turning him down. Just those sad puppy eyes.
Can I do an
What are you trying to get a read on?
I want to see if it's an act or if she's as naive as she sounds.
No check needed. She is totally naive to this.
Okay.
She is 100% sincere when she says that the only reason she accepted the proposal was because she couldn't turn down those sad puppy eyes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
she's oblivious.
Okay. Yeah, that's all I wanted to know because yeah.
Yeah. Right now she's oblivious.
So you only know guy from a few weeks, and he hasn't done or said anything to make you question his integrity.
No, not at all. He just seems like a stand-up guy, you know. I love that every time I do it. Anyway, he just comes home every day with a nice new, batch of his work, and ever since he applied for that, printing, ever since he applied to that minting job, he says he gets to keep a cut just straight for his wages. So, it's fine with me. It doesn't.
I'm sorry.
It's fine with me. It's just, he brings in enough dosh, and where I came from, that kind of dosh is enough for a beautiful living.
Abort plan. Let her live in a fantasy. She's adorable.
Right, Minnesota mom energy.
Yes.
Oh, if I was from Minnesota, then I'd be more along these lines, But she's just such a precious little sweetheart.
Those puppy dog eyes,
Oh, those sad little puppy dog eyes. Anyway.
So as much as it sucks, Tesla is going to just go ahead and say he's not the type of person you think he is. He's a lot more crooked than he appears, and the puppy dog eyes are all an act. And I want you to know this so that you are given a chance to back out if you so please and save your sanity.
Dippy is answering a phone call. Please wait.
As an emergency.
Your DM will be back shortly.
That was okay. Yeah, sorry, that was my mom. She thought I was done. I told
Hi,
her I'm
Dippy's
not done.
mom.
Dippy's mom.
I told her I'd call her back
Yay!
later. Yes, my mother. Anyway,
Dippy's got the coolest mom.
I get the gist.
He does.
I get the gist. She looks at you after you explain this, which does take a little bit. By the way, Quinlan and Son, at this moment, you're kind of just acting like security, making sure that nothing's specific is suspicious is happening in your general direction. You're keeping an eye out. Nothing's happening yet. You're all good.
Cool.
She looks at you and she's just like, oh. Well, that's a real shame. I just wasn't expecting such a thing from that kind of a man, you know? He seemed so genuine, but honestly, that just makes me feel bad. It makes me feel like I was lied to, but well, thank you. I don't know what I'm gonna do with that, but thank you.
If you want to stay here, you're welcome to. If you want to leave, I'm sure my friends can help get you out safely and privately.
Well,
But
what are you gonna do here? If you just
we
came to tell me
are-
that he's crooked and all this stuff, are you guys gonna leave too?
No, we are here to turn him in.
Oh.
Sundial like bends down.
Well, then I'm
to-
not leaving.
Sorry.
I always live for stuff like this. You know,
Quinlan,
it's been a while. It's been a while since I had a good crash. You know, I went to one a couple months ago, but if you need any help, I'm in.
Oh, I like her. Sorry.
Second. Can I just say something?
My sister's managing a lot, including her type 2 diabetes.
What?
Is that your Sudoku again?
What?
No, it is not, man, you mute your damn ass.
Who is type
What
2
was
diabetes?
What was that?
Diabetes. But on a beat.
I had my
Sundial
mic off. I thought I was good.
But
Monk.
real quick, Sundial's gonna like bend down because I believe Tesla's small, like shorter than he is. He's just gonna be like, I didn't get any officers here to
Good.
to turn him in. I thought we were just exposing him.
We'll talk later.
Okay. Are we are we still
okay.
doing Zog's plan?
Anyways,
Okay, and I go back,
bye.
realizing it's a bad time to talk.
So, well, if you know, I'm glad you told me. I really am. Do you need me to play a part, or do you just want me to not show up at all? What would you prefer?
We plan exposing him prior to, so well, actually it was kind of be like, if this was kind of the part where we were going to kind of improvise because we weren't sure what kind of side of the fence you were.
Well, if you need my side of the fence, I'm willing to play him all the way to the fucking bank, honey.
Okay.
And-
Wonderful. Because if you were going to be in on it, we were just going to like wait until they said, who objects. But we can just have you just not show up, and we'll start the whole thing. Right off the bat.
I had no prior conceptions of that, honey. If he's lying to me, then I'm more than okay to lie right back to him.
Okay. Awesome. All right.
What?
So just continue with what you're going to do and enjoy the show when it happens. We will see you out there. And she turns
Okay.
around and walks out.
Hold
And
up.
she just turned-
Wait.
Yeah.
Before, Zog did spit out an idea that if she was on our side, which was put Sundial in her dress.
Oh, God.
Baez is not 6.5 feet tall. She's like 5'2".
Sundial morphs his being. Sundial, how do you feel about this plan?
Sundial.
So
I would say that.
I had one
it would-
spell that I could choose.
Mm-hmm. Which is.
And I did choose a spell so I could be able to do that plan in case we decided that we wanted to do it.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Okay.
no. What is it?
I have Disguise Self.
Oh,
And since I can morph my form, yeah. So that's why I asked, is like, are we still doing that in preparation?
That was
Honestly,
like
I
realized it
completely-
was a bad moment. I was like, okay, I'm gonna walk away.
Honestly, I completely forgot about it. We didn't like.
That was the
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, if she wants to, then
You
I'll just
turn to like leave, and then that moment hits you again of like, why not?
He's on the side.
So she'll explain the new plan, and
She, as you explain this plan with every new word, her smile just grows bigger and wider, and she's just like, you know, you're a very interesting lot, and I love that plan so much more than I love the man I was about to marry. You
can
So your sundial, so honey, you got a way to fit into this little thing? I mean, I slimmed down for this thing, by God.
I mean,
And
you don't have to take it off.
okay, and then
When is the ceremony?
it's
Well,
probably
it's-
soon.
it'll be in about 20 minutes.
Okay. How long do ceremonies last?
Well, depending
never
on
been
the
to a
type
wedding.
depending on the type of depending on the type of pundit he found, it could be anywhere from 15 minutes to 2 hours. I don't know.
It's honestly probably going to be less than an hour before we reveal everything. So you're
Fantastic.
good for the first 20 minutes, I'm
Got
sure.
it.
He
Give me
he
a
might have
5-minute warning.
gone shotgun. You might have you might be able to enact this.
So
pretty
like
quick.
a 5-minute warning before he has to go out, and then he'll cast the spell because it only lasts an hour.
Right.
So he's like
Oh,
5 minutes.
okay.
Yeah,
Okay. Well, I have the schedule. Like,
but I
know
mean,
it.
get comfortable and think of something
you
that you
just-
might want to do.
Hmm?
Um,
Think of something you might want to do.
Was that directed at Tesla or
No, to
her?
the bride to
Bias.
be.
Buy it.
Or
If you're gonna be the one doing all the work, I mean, I might just slip out of this thing and hang out in the crowd.
I mean, I get to do this. Doesn't mean that you can't do something on top of it. Add a little
What were
cherry.
you thinking?
I don't know. Zog
Yeah, if you
always
have an
says take
idea.
your. Zog said men lose their sauce when they get married.
oh no.
I don't know
Tesla
what that
looks
means.
at by. Just he's a baby. Just maybe
Like literally,
Yeah.
or
it's less
It's
than
hard to
less than
tell.
18 months. Just
2
go ahead and get
years.
comfy, get in the crowd, and
Okay.
we'll see you out there. And Tesla just walks
yeah.
straight out.
I'll just keep him. I'll keep him here, in case you think of something else and you still need me. But like, I'll take care of him. You don't worry.
Got it.
You just go off and enjoy the party, honey. You get your plan together, whatever it is. I mean, I know a little, but you just get together what you need to get together. I'll take care of the
Mhm.
being the bride part, you know.
And
And she
he like clicks 2 rocks together to.
yeah, she's just like validates, approves.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So while all this is going on, are we good with that? By the
Mhm.
way, I don't want to like
Yeah.
rush
That was pretty
No.
much the end of that exchange.
While this is going on, Zog is looking for like the goodie bags and whatnot. See like it. No. Like see if he's handing out presents.
No, yeah.
and-
Yeah.
So
So-
that's what he's been looking around for. I don't know if Willow is sticking by him in the wedding or Willow's doing her own thing.
Probably stay by you.
Okay.
All right. So
And
Willow and
Damon
Zog,
is somewhere.
you're just kind of David is just sneaking around pickpocketing.
Exactly.
Let me give you a layout of the general reception area. You have a stage, constructed out of what looks like nothing more than aluminum and aluminum sheet metal and plywood. You have an altar. You have a podium. The cleared area is just like it's just like basically like top dirt, like hardened, compacted, like worksite dirt. There are tables scattered and decorated, but scattered nonetheless. There's one with food. There's one with like food and hors d'oeuvre. There's one that is holding what appears to be a large tiered layer cake under a sheet. There's one that has like goodie bags, gift bags, like kind of setting on it. There's one with the guest list. And in between all of that are just kind of like standing tables. Just like, you don't even like technically sit at the tables. You just like walk up to them and stand, and they're at like arm's height.
Okay.
And everyone's just kind of mingling in the space, and it's just, you know, it's an okay getup for a literal toxic wasteland.
Yeah. So Dog is making his way to the goodie bag and just being like sociable the whole time. I'm sure like he's recognized a couple of people at least. It's like, oh yeah,
half the people, half the people at this party have gone on your boat at some point. It looks like a lot of people that you would have known transporting to this area have showed up. And they look at you and they're like, oh my god, Zog, I wasn't expecting to see you here. And then the friendly, like, hello, how do you do? And then they just go back to their own like little clique. One of them you recognize one of them you recognize, oh fuck, what was his name? I have it here somewhere. Zolvek from your from the first session, mentioned in the first session, has showed up and is wearing his suit. And he just looks over to you and he's just like, Ferryman.
Yeah. How are you, man?
See you here, my good chap.
Yes. It is lovely festivities and whatnot. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing okay. I have come out to wish well of the new potential business partner and his well wishes with his new wife.
And he nods at you like what he just said was a perfectly comprehensible sentence.
Yeah. What business are you trying to get into with Guy?
I want to make a deal with him at some point in the near future to get regular shipments from him for what he does.
Can I insight check him?
He is a hobgoblin, and he is trying to sound as polite and as formal as he can. It seems like he's putting on an act, but not for like to lie to you, but to lie to everybody.
I'm more like trying to see if he knows what Guy does.
Oh, make an insight check.
Yeah. Of course, my app closed.
Ow, fuck.
What did you do?
It clamped. What I've been fidgeting with is clamped down on my finger. Sorry.
Dirty
got a
20.
boo-boo.
Dirty 20. Got a boo-boo. 20.
Yep.
He's putting on a pretty good facade. But it seems like he knows.
Okay.
At least somewhat.
We had a hydrate, like, I don't know how long ago, but thank you,
Oh,
Trade
shit.
Gums. For
I have anything to hydrate with.
I already drank my... I literally...
Drink your
the only
freaking
things in my
water,
house,
you dang...
the only things I have to hydrate with in my house are, like, bottled water, honey liquor, and, like, Mountain Dew. Like, I've got nothing.
Roll for it.
I got no water with me. I got nothing.
It's water. I gotta go grab a water bottle. You be right back.
Man,
Just
I
roll
was
play a
really
little bit
hoping the
amongst
honey
yourself.
liquor.
I'll be right back.
Order.
Kidding, no. Get that water. Hydrate yourself.
Hydrate.
Willow,
Treat yourself.
have you been to a wedding like this?
No,
I don't know
Alright.
about y'all, but I'm exhausted.
I'm so fucking tired.
It's almost done. No, doggo.
I am absolutely exhausted.
Get up here.
I've been up since 3:30 in the morning.
Oh God, I'm so
no.
sorry.
No.
I'm
You're
sorry. I'm
good.
sorry.
That's all right.
I'm trying to get this done in a neat fashion. here.
Megan got out of bed around 5 and woke me up.
Oof.
That's how I felt
Wow.
on Wednesday when I was doing the live. Oh my god, and DMing.
So
It was a good thing that we got absolutely wrecked.
We're making good time though.
Yeah.
It's only been 30 minutes since we come back from break.
Zog, knowing that like he's in the loop, he looks at the what was his name?
The same guy?
Yeah.
Zalvek. Zalvek. Zalvek.
He looks at Zalvek and he's just like, oh, I know a ferryman who might be willing to transfer goods of the sort.
Do you now?
Yeah.
Or are you just referring to yourself?
I mean, he might have 2 thumbs and look like this motherfucker.
Very good. We'll talk later. And he like walks away. And he just I love my just the take on a formal hobgoblin. It's just like normally they would sound like a drunk uncle, but before that point they just sound like aliens.
See, it reminded me of somebody doing an impersonation of a Monopoly man.
Which he
Hobgoblin
is.
a,
He is because he's a hobgoblin businessman.
Yeah. So what's in these goodie bags?
You open it
Yeah.
up. There's a little thank you note. There's a little pen. Not as fancy as the ones you stole, but there are
Are they
little.
engraved?
They're like no. They're like little cheap like wood pens, not like fancy silver metal pens.
Cheap steak.
Cheapskate. Yeah.
He could have made them out of gold.
And inside, there looks to be like a little like ring carrier box, full black velvet, and opening it up, you see like a tiny chunk of Lyramite, like absolutely minuscule.
Tesla gave me some of the dispenser, right? What did he give me?
You gave that to Tharazal, but if you wanted to keep any small amount of it, like
Oh no, I thought Tesla, didn't you give me something to place at the wedding?
no, she gave that to
No.
Laos.
Oh, Laos. Okay.
You
And
Yeah,
she
Laos
gave
has
she
the
gave the
bag
fog
of-
machine. Yeah, she gave the fog. Sorry.
Laos has the bag of bolts that are going to illuminate, and then the fog went to harmonious.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna pocket. I'm gonna pocket one of these goodie bags. Willow, do you want one?
Yes.
All right. I hand Willow a goodie bag. I'm like, I
You
don't
grab it and it like
I don't feel like we can take some for the rest of the group. I think people would notice if I'm just walking around with 5 goodie bags. So let's pretend that we got the last 2. Okay, that's a plan.
All
there's
right.
still like a table.
Yeah, but I feel bad that I'm not getting some for everybody else.
Oh, to the group. Let's pretend. We got that.
Yeah,
I got you. All right.
and then I'd
Walk back
assume
in
we
the group.
grab our seeds.
Everybody it kind of like is starting to group up together in their bunches. So, to that point, joining your party, your group. Yes.
I would like for Tesla, after having left the tent and let the presentation thing go on,
Of course.
to look at the guest list. I want to see if there are 4 specific names that she comes across, and assuming that the gift bags have the fake Lyramite, make sure that those seats have the bags in front of them.
Right. Okay.
And those names would be Stanley, Derek, Randy, and maybe less likely, but could possibly also be her friend from the High Ox Inn, or was it the crab? I forget.
The automatic crab?
Yeah, the Okaz.
Okaz.
Yes, Okaz.
On the guest list, you see you definitely see Okaz. And Derek, Randy. Oh, they're
These-
your clients. Yes.
The clients that were supposed to, that were mine that were canceling and went over to B.
Yes. All 3 of their names are on this list.
Okay. And they have like assigned seating, I'm assuming, because they're the wedding.
Ah, okay. Yes. Absolutely. Yeah.
So each seat has a respective bag in front of it.
Mhm.
And does she actually see Okaz, or is it just the name that's on the list?
Okaz sticks out like a sore thumb in a crowd. He's
He
the
does.
only really like big gray Loxodon fella in the area. So he doesn't tower above everybody, but he's noticeable.
All right. Before everything happens, she'll make her way to him and say hello.
Ah, how wonderful to see you again, Tesla.
Hello.
Or should I? Why? Actually, why are you here? I thought
It
you
was my
were-
damn it cat. Knocked over some plywood in the backyard.
Oh.
Scared the crap out. It's right outside my window. It's I could hear the boom through my noise canceling headphones.
Oh God! Your cat knocked over plywood.
Oh
What
God.
in the world?
I'm guessing
will
he's
knock
trying to
over
get in the
anything like
window
that.
here.
Oh,
We had it
God.
leaned up against the side of the house by the window, and he just
That makes
knocked
sense.
it over.
Incredible. So
I'm sure that
Okaz
was
looks
a
at you. And
heart attack
Okaz is
and a
just like, "Good to see you again, Miss Tesla. I can genuinely say I was not expecting to see you here, given your disdain for this fellow."
Well, I'm not exactly on the guest list.
Oh, then I shall use a different name. So, how are you doing this fine day?
Well, we are going to be exposing a crook for who he is.
Oh,
I know
that
you were
ought to
here
be
for the
sh-
wedding. I assume that our previous engagement still stands. That we are
Hmm.
still in business with each other. If not, I hope today's events will convince you to maintain that.
We have re-agreed upon our terms of business once you revealed to me that it was your competition.
Right.
But if this crook happens to be one of the men or women up on that stage today, I am most enticed to see how this is going to turn out.
Yes. Well, if anything, this will be an example of two things that you didn't know about me before. First off, to not soil the business that I work in, and two, to not double cross me. So I hope you take note, and I hope this festivities proves to be entertaining.
A Loxodon never forgets.
And she nods and makes her way back to wherever she needs to be so that she can trigger the happy dance.
Right. So, having rigged up the machine, the little fog machine, to a separate incantation, I'll call it a casting of whatever cantrip you deem necessary. Or
Okay.
do you have cantrips? I actually need to look.
I do.
You do. Okay. Ah. I will say that you could tie it to a casting of mending.
Okay.
So that once that cast goes off, a receiver in the fog machine will go off as well.
Okay. Sounds good.
So, at your 5-minute warning, sundial, Baez looks to you and she goes, "Oh, it's about time to go. Do you need to prepare yourself?"
I just hum a little bit, and then you just start seeing all the trash and everything form like very close together, and start matching her form to the T, like just like, and it's all just trash at first, and then you start seeing the shimmer of the magic take the rest, and it's like starts out as a bit of like fog and such, and then it just takes hold and I just mirror her completely.
Standing before Baez is a perfect copy of Baez.
Okay.
And she looks at you and she goes, "Oh my God, that is like so perfect. How do you do this?" And she like reaches out and touches you, and she feels like through the disguise, and she's like, "That is mighty impressive." Well, hell, it doesn't even look like you need. God damn it,
I
Rhys.
rolled a deception check. I got a
No.
21. So I know, right?
21.
Yeah, I got a 21. So I mimic her voice
And she
exactly
just-
on top of it.
She
Like,
looks
I
at you
know,
and she goes,
right? You think he'll notice?
her mouth stands agape. She's like, "Oh, you don't even need me." And she just like unzips
Honey.
and like below her gown, and below her gown is like just a basic like casual garment, kind of like, you know, tank top, like short shorts.
Basic
Honey,
T-shirt.
missing out, darling. Honey.
Knock him dead, kid. And
Oh
she like egresses from her
Sister,
tent,
I got
and
you, and I
pulls
just hold up for a high five.
and she and it goes through the disguise just a little bit and hits stone, and it's just like, "Oh, maybe don't do anything up there to give that away."
Whatever. And the form
And
gives
she,
like,
like-
a wink. It's like matching
she-
this.
She like undoes her hair, and it all kind of like falls down, goes to about the middle of her back. Just like, "If you need me, just cry for me, honey." And she like
Oh, I don't think
leaves
I'll
her
be the one
tent.
crying.
Oh. And she like she laughs as she walks away from her tent, and she goes over to the rest of the group. So in your little group, gathered together, sitting ready for the ceremony, is Zog, Quinlan, Tesla, Willow.
Oh, I thought Quinlan was with
Damon.
me.
Quinlan like egressed
Oh, okay, never mind.
after Baez said that she would take care of you in her tent until it was time for the ceremony. And joining you are Harmonious, Laos, and Baez joins you very shortly after. And she walks up to your group and she's just like, "Well, seems like your friend's got it covered. So I'll just watch with you. How's that sound?" And like, just kind of like takes her seat where Sundial's would be, which is an extra wide seat. So she kind of like scoots over. So I'm gonna see if I can look up
Like some ceremony music.
basic. I'm gonna do. The crowd quiets down. Oop. And a different musical interlude begins to play. The birds begin to sing. So. Oh, come on. No, I want like a marriage script.
I think this works.
It works.
Oh,
I
okay. He
want-
wants a
I'm
script.
looking
So
for-
because he's
I'm
playing
looking
the
for a script. Playing the
More
part of
dandy. You
it.
just want me to start rattling shit off?
Sample wedding ceremony scripts.
just look up the script of the Princess Bride or whatever.
Right? Marriage.
Marriage
Marriage
is
is
what brings
what
us
brings us
together
together.
today.
So I was looking for it, but a couple years back, I married my best friend and his now wife, and their only stipulation to when I married them was I opened the wedding with that opening from the movie.
Okay, what do I look up for that opening?
That is exactly
Princess
what
Bride
was done
marriage.
Princess Bride, yeah.
for my partner and
Just
I. We had
script.
no idea it was coming either.
Oh my god! And I'm sitting here. I have page 2 of it, but I
Okay.
cannot find my first page.
Oh no.
Oh,
It's in this
Rough,
desk
buddy.
somewhere. It's driving me
I
nuts
see
right
it. No,
now.
I've got it pulled up.
Marriage. The blessing arrangement.
Where is
I can't clip it. Somebody better be clipping.
okay, so
Whoa.
as the interlude begins to play,
Wow.
the fanfare sounds, and you hear the crowd begin to stand, and the let me see here. Hopefully Mendelssohn's Wedding March isn't copyright claimed.
Oh,
Play-
100% this is copyrightable, man.
Just play under 30
Oh,
seconds
that's the
of
Wedding March at the end, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, never mind then. So the basic, a basic band begins to strike up the fanfare, and son, you are brought out by what appears to be like one of the Fearbolt guards.
Oh, thank
And-
God. Someone actually is leading me because he has no idea what he's doing.
Comes to the Fearbolt guard kind of peeks into the tent, and just says, "Your ladyship, you're ready to take your stage," and gestures his hand out to you for you to take it.
Grabs the bouquet and then just like has the bouquet be taken from him instead.
Mm.
And it's like, lead the way.
At your service. And he turns, and you just follow him instead of him leading you by the hand. He brings you to the end of the carpet that is rolled out. A white carpet laid in an aisle between seats. You see a little halfling kind of walk the aisle with some flower petals, and you see like a little dwarven boy, couldn't be older than 6, walks down the aisle with a little pillow, and you see everyone stand as the march begins, and you all stand, and you see that instead of being brought down by like a father figure, you're just being brought down by this guard, which is lucky for you. So he kind of like walks in time with you as the wedding march begins to play, and you see standing up on the stage and over the course of this ceremony being like put together and taking place, what looks to be a tiefling priest of some kind, wearing long garment and like basic white, and up on the stage, looking just about as nervous as he was when you first met him a week ago, Guy Studley, in a 2-piece gray suit, standing in front of this crowd of people, and he looks to you, and when he looks at you, he smiles. But then he like makes a small gesture to the guard, and the guard like picks up pace just a little bit and walks you down the aisle a little bit faster. And you follow in tow, and he walks you up onto the stage, releases you, and just stands back in what would be a best man. No, what is it? Not bridesmaids, the male equivalent.
Groomsman.
Groomsman's.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah.
In a groomsman's spot. Yeah. In a groomsman's spot.
I just whisper,
And then the music.
you look lovely, honey.
Thank you. Just make it through this, and then we can have some pleasantries with the fine folks. Yeah.
What a shitty thing to say at a wedding.
And he just like leans in. He smiles. So he says that, but then he smiles and he's like, "I'm sorry. I'm just really nervous."
It's okay. It's okay.
He smiles.
You're nervous. It's
again.
okay.
Nods his head. And then everything goes quiet as the tiefling priest. This is going on the internet. As the tiefling priest clears his throat. Marriage. What is what brings us together? Enough of this. Everyone take your seats. And he just like gestures to the crowd for everyone to sit down, and everyone just kind of like plops down on some prearranged seats. Okay. Where do I even begin with a couple as lovely as this? Two young bleeding hearts in the throes of love, getting ready to tie their bonds and become one. So, allow me to begin. And he begins professing basic ceremony rites. Casting the spell ceremony. Which has a casting time of, and I'm going to have to look this up.
I believe it's 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Yep. So, as he begins, he does the little gesturing and the little speech about love and compassion. And yes.
At about the 9.5 minute mark,
Sure.
My character does the mending to start the fog machine.
Gotcha.
Because mending takes 1 minute to do.
Yes. So approaching the end, he says, "Till love and compassion brings you to your final happiest place. May you stand forever be side by side in love and respect for one another. If you have your vows, you may take them. If anyone objects, may they speak now or forever hold their peace." And as soon as he finishes saying that, your mending cantrip finishes casting, and you hear the sound of machinery kicking and whirring to life as oh God, I was not ready for this. There we go.
Can I really quick?
Yes.
Since he says now with vows and stuff like that, and can Sundial to sell it just a little bit more? Just be like, when I met Guy, he had kind of this cute little puppy type vibe. He was so shy.
So this is the beginning of your vows.
But and we may have met just a couple of weeks ago, and this may have gone a little quicker than I thought. But it was beautiful to me. But recently, and as I'm hearing like the gears going, and such,
he looks
I met
over.
A friend.
Guy looks over to you as you're spouting this, and he's just like, he's got this confused ass look on his face.
I look at him, and then I look at the crowd, and I look for Zog and Tesla and Quinlan and everyone, and then I look at Nefer's actual wife, and I say, I met a good friend that told me some truths. And honey, I'm sorry. But she's got a few things to say, and then I turn it over to Tesla.
Sorry about what, dearest? You didn't tell me about any.
And I reach out my hand to Tesla and have her stand up.
Actually, I was going to jump up and say, I object, but that's fine.
Oh no. As he extends his hand out, you take your moment hand
and I say, everyone, I would like to meet the actual person behind all of this tonight. Guy is not who you think he is.
And at that moment, the fog machine just starts to whir to life, and just a light aerosolized mist of golden yellow glittery sparkle goes throughout the crowd and starts to land on various bits and bobs of their party favors and such.
And I didn't tell Laos this, but I hand him a little thing and he can just like tap on it, like hit that.
Right. And he just starts like rhythmically tapping away at this, and
For
you see
everyone-
like bing, 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 bing.
For everyone who has already received their gifts, they should have been sitting on your chair. Please open them and go through and see if you can't find the rare little gem that's nestled inside the center.
Everyone kind of like starts looking in their goodie bags. You see like everyone just kind of opening up, and you see them take it out, and gemstone opens up, and Dono, you were muted. Did something happen? Hello.
We were just raided by Grim Songbird. Hey,
Oh God!
Raided by 18 people.
Raided
Hey,
at a
guys.
perfect time.
We're at the very tip
Yeah,
of this thing.
perfect
We're about to
time.
expose a fucking asshole.
We're about to expose the fucking big bad of the story. Oh God, that's 26 people.
Yeah.
Go.
Hi, how's it
Go.
going?
No pressure. No pressure.
Hello.
Don't look at the numbers. Hey,
You
how's it
see
going,
the
Raiders?
people, so the people of the wedding start to pull out their goodie bags, and they start to pull out the little gifts, and you see a lot of them opening up their little ring bags with the little pieces of Lyramite, and you have one of your untouched pieces of fake Lyramite as well.
Right. If you will all notice that our host has generously given us all each a piece of a very rare material, and at this point, I'm removing my hat and veil.
And you watch as Guy turns, looks to the crowd, and his eyes just sink.
You might be wondering, how could somebody set up shop so quickly and be so financially lucrative in such a short amount of time?
Zog's in the crowd like, tell us how.
And as he says that, the fog begins to settle on a lot of these pieces, and you watch. And as you hold out your piece, and you watch, as the color just fades away, turning Lyramite to copper. Go ahead.
At that point, it's kind of like, this obviously is not what you thought it was. It is not the expensive piece of metal that we all refine for. And this man has been fabricating it.
And he just looks out at the crowd, and the crowd is now starting to see their pieces changing, you know, and they pick up the little chunk that they have of copper, and they're just like, wait, what? How the hell is she doing that? Like, and you hear murmurs just like, and Guy looks at you, and he looks to the crowd, and he's like looking back and forth really nervously.
And yeah, I just kind of like sit down. I'm done. Everything's been done. And I kind of like lean right next to his actual wife.
She leans into your arm and she's like, that was really good.
After she...
I'm hoping that he notices the face and that it's actually her, and is maybe Sundial can reveal his secret.
Yep. After Sundial notices that she sat down, he notices her actual wife in the crowd, and Sundial just turns around and feels his form and is just like, sucks to suck, bud.
And he turns and sees you, and immediately...
And that's security.
Oh my God, I thought that was... Okay, I thought that was a 7. That's a natural 1. You immediately see just a giant wet patch on one of his pants legs. as he like backs up, and he's just like, how the fuck did you and how and you and what and this no, this can't possibly. And he looks out to the crowd and he said, everyone, this is all really fun, right? It's all fun, but please, just head over to the catering, and I will have all of your drinks and food on the house. And he
Ironically,
looks over
that's
at
the only
two
real
furball-
thing about this wedding.
and you see the two furball guards starting to come up behind him, and you hear them both kind of go, "What about our payment? Yeah, what about our payment?"
It was never real.
They look over to you, and they're like, "Is that right?" And they both look back to Guy, and Guy just looks up at the both of them, and he's just like, "Guy, fellas, please, you know that I'm good for it, right? I was just gonna have it pass along until it became real, you know? That's how business works, right?
Take him
That's
away.
what you're all here for, isn't it?" And he looks out into the crowd and yells this at everyone who showed up, and the people in the crowd have gone from murmuring to bickering, and some of them have gone to, "What kind of a fucking Ponzi scheme do you take us for?" And other people are just like, "This is bullshit." And you hear coming from the crowd. Yes?
I was just gonna say, can Quinlan incite something here?
I was just thinking the same thing.
Yeah, if you want to say things, say whatever you want to say to incite this, yeah.
He's a fraud. Get him.
Zog?
All right, Zog yells, "That guy's smart and knows what he's doing."
Yeah.
To Quinlan, not Guy.
Yeah, and he just like, and you see people beginning to like get up from their seats and just start to like walk up towards the stage, like hand in fist, and like you see a couple of them produce torches from seemingly nowhere, and they just like light them, and they're just like parading into a crowd, and they're just like, "We want our money back! We want our money back! We want," and you hear the chant begin of just, "We want our money back! We want our money back!" And they like all are like beginning to rush the stage as Guy is just paralyzed in fear, and the two Firbolgs grab him, and they're just like, ready, and they just like, "1, 2," and they're heave-hoing, and on 3 they and they let go and toss Guy into the middle of the crowd of people, and he goes flying, and as he flies, he just, "No!" and he just like lands face down, face full of mud and shit, in the middle of this crowd of at least 20 angry potential clientele.
I cover the kid's eyes.
And you see immediately some kicks, and there's a bit of scuffle that breaks out, and
Dog
you cover Louse's eyes, and Louse is like, "Get out of the way! I want to see them beat the shit out of him." And
Dog leans into Willow and just like, "So how's your first wedding outside your little fairy world?"
Is this what happens? What?
Every wedding.
Well,
Dippy.
these weddings are different than what I've
Sorry, to interrupt.
thought they would be.
Let me get a second.
You know what? I've been trying to say stuff like this
Oh,
entire
shit.
time, and
Have
my
you been
mic
muted?
was off the whole
Oh,
time.
Oh,
Oh, and you've been just like hidden this entire time too from the entire
Yeah.
group?
Oh,
Oops.
I'm sorry.
Well,
Sorry, bud.
oh man,
it was highly entertaining.
Hey, Dippy, did ceremony get successfully like done?
no, it was
Okay,
cut.
cool.
It ended up being like, it ended up breaking the concentration of the casting time, like in the last 5 seconds of the "Speak Now or Forever Hold Your Peace."
Got it.
And it would have been like a "You May Now Kiss the Bride" was the final vocal component of the ceremony thing.
Dope. So I'm not feeling the pain that
and
he's
its
going
casting
through.
time is 1 hour, not.
Oh, really? I thought it was
Ceremony's
10
casting
minutes.
time is an hour? Oh,
It
okay.
was
Yeah.
10 minutes.
Well, then
Never mind.
it would have been interrupted regardless.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Doop 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 doop.
Ignore the
with
sounds of
that-
swords. This is just the,
The people.
there are no swords being.
Got it.
It's just a bunch of people kicking the shit out of one guy. For
They're
no
all
Dog
reason.
looks at-
candle holders and they're hitting each other, clanking it.
Yeah, and some people are just like clanking like glasses and metal like cantons together, and they're just like, "Hey, let's turn this into a real party, huh?" And then they go over and they start like piling on, and some of the brawling against one guy turns into brawling against a couple of guys, and then it turns into a brawling with a couple more guys, and then it's just like, okay, this is not my scene.
Quinlan.
And they just, like,
Quinlan, let's hop in. Mosh pit.
Could I stop
Thunder
Zog
Buddy.
for a second?
and you're just like,
Oh, yeah.
What is
Zog.
a mosh pit?
When you beat up strangers and good fun. What's up, Sundown?
I still have my sauce.
You still have your sauce.
right. Now let's find yours. And I go for a
Also,
fist
where
bump.
where's the woman you were dressed up as? She looks
Baez,
amazing.
Baez is standing next to you guys at this point, and she's like, "Well, that got out of hand really fast. That was well done, well done. I'm glad I didn't marry that bozo."
You're kind of a bozo
Yeah.
yourself.
Can I
In a
slap
loving way.
Damon?
Wait, Quinlan, Mosh Pit, Thunder Buddies.
I
Let
have-
loose.
Damon, what's your AC?
Yeah, Damon, what
Whoa.
is your ace?
14.
14. Okay, I rolled a 14 on the die, and I have a plus. I have a plus 6.
Oh, great.
So
I have
you're gonna-
never been in a campaign where players hit each other so much.
That's gonna be 7 damage to your face.
Oh my god!
That is literally a third of my hit points.
I just right in your face.
So
Jesus
that's
Christ!
a
She's-
broken jaw.
And I just go and like after he says that, I'm just like, she's a nice lady, and you know it. And that's it. That's
Go,
all
like,
that Sundial does.
Zog and Quinlan head into the mess of people fighting, and Zog's just like, just throw punches. You're a monk. You're good at it. And,
Okay, I'm
Zog-
not gonna turn this into like a group combat because
Oh, yeah,
that's not
no,
what this
we're
is.
just-
I'll just
yeah,
say
no, we're
roll a
just, like,
d20,
romping
and that's
around.
how many people you at least land a hit on.
Okay, that sounds fair.
9.
9, yeah. So you're just
I'm
in the
gonna-
middle of it, and you're just like, yeah. You
14.
like crash one of the chairs over someone's back, and it's just like, 14?
Nat 20.
Natural 20?
You just kill a dude.
You're just like, yeah, and you like jump in, and you land in the middle of it, and you just happen to land like on top of Guy.
I give Guy like the people's elbow on a neck.
Yeah.
Here comes Zog coming in with a steel chair.
He's coming in with a steel chair. Oh! And you
Pulling
see
every
like one or
WWE
two.
move.
You see the Furbolg guards up on the stage are like, "We're above this," and they just like turn and they just like walk away. They walk over to like what looks like a big collection basket, and they just grab it and like walk away with it. Seems like this collection basket has like actual money in it.
Oh, jeez.
Oh my god. Wait, who has all the wedding gifts?
The wedding gift?
People must have brought wedding gifts.
Oh, can we steal the
yeah.
wedding gifts?
Can
Who
we-
thought of
can
that?
We go
You're in the mash pit. You're in the
I will
mash pit.
sneak out
I'll
buddy.
this-
pick up Damon and be like, go steal the wedding gifts.
Yeah, Damon, go. Wedding gifts.
Oh,
Yeah.
natural
I'll
20.
let-
Fuck
Oh
yeah.
my god! Nice.
Drop the
That's
dragon. in.
seriously.
Everybody drop the dragon.
Amidst all of the chaos that is erupted, you watch as your shadow elven friend just like gets up, not even having to like stealth, just like natural 20. He's just blending in seamlessly.
No, you missed. I rolled a 14 for fighting with the crowd, so I'm like punching people and then just disappear, and fucking all of a sudden I have
Exactly. Yeah, you blended in before, and you're just like, go steal the gifts, and you're just like, oh right, and then you just like get up and walk away, like no one notices. It's
I was gonna say maybe let the kid just, hey, go grab some. Have kneel elbow to the two people who've been ripped off and be like, hey, grab some gifts for yourself.
and Harmonious and Laos both kind of look to you, Tesla, and they're just like, you've done a good thing on this day. Just, let me know where you're at if you ever need any security.
I have an idea.
And yeah, let me know too. I work cheap.
You don't. You cost like 3 gold per little idol or something like that. I'm not there for this.
Just let her
Even the
have
mosh pit.
So, amidst all of the chaos of a wedding completely ruined to shambles, eventually the brawling comes to a semi-decent end. And everyone is just kind of like settles down. And everyone files out like fairly regularly. A couple of people go over to the gift table and they're like, well, what happened to my fucking gift? Oh, right. The bastard probably took it. And then they walk away. So, eventually,
Can I just
it
point
comes
out
down
the
to
gifts
just-
are probably going to be the thing that pays us for this job.
Yeah.
Most likely.
Like, and there's
We got
probably
the
some cool
douchebag
shit in
for it.
those.
So, eventually, it just comes down to the party and Guy laying in shambles on the ground. Harmonious and Laos kind of go over, take 1 or 2 of the gifts that they like, and they just like walk away. Harmonious walks past Guy on his way like out the door, and he just like he just walks away.
Can you roll to see how well he hits him?
Oh my god, that's a natural 20.
Fuck yeah!
Woo!
You
Right
get
in
it
the
at
eye.
20. You get it at
Right
20.
in the eyeball.
I am not even shitting
Feel
you.
it in the
Hold
eye.
on. Hold on. You have actually
This is not a good day for Guy.
fucking.
This guy's having a
guy
hard
here,
day.
You can't see it from that far away, and I'm not gonna move the cable.
Yeah, you're
but
good.
oh my god,
Listen, I believe
that
you.
is insane. This glob of spit and like Minotaur loogie just. And it
I like
lands
to imagine
directly-
it hits him right in the eye and blinds him.
Exact. That's
Oh
what
my
happened.
God.
And he like looks down, and he's just like, take a little something from you. And as he looks at you, Damon, and he just like walks away. So, Guy lays in shambles. For the purposes of the story and the mechanics wise, he is at 1 hit point from the merciless beating.
He was at 2, and then he got spit off.
So, as you stand over the mewling, crumpled form of your now worthless competitor, Tesla,
Pretty much satisfied with this. She'll just walk, not even saying another word, like just go out the, because like even if he does, get up, repair himself, he's pretty certain that her package is going to get to where it's going to be, and he can never start another business or put his name on anything ever again. He got the beating of a lifetime, and maybe the word will get out and the cops will find him still laying there. They can arrest him if they so choose, but she's done. She's out.
as you start to walk away, Guy just like looks up at you from the ground. He just like moans pitifully, just, why would you ruin everything?
You tried to ruin me. As for I, bastard.
he just lays consigned to his fate. As you turn, you see a couple of city guards, and they approach you, and they're just like, "Hey, so we were told that the cause of all of the counterfeit gold is here somewhere. Is he still here?"
He's in the back.
Quinlan's
Oh.
pointing right to him.
Yeah.
Zog is actually trying to stand in the trying to hide Guy behind him a little bit, being like, "Yeah, no, he started trying to go off. He's like straight up just lying." Because he does
I
that.
think he should
Sundial.
I would.
It's a hard ask.
It's a
try to
very hard
hide him.
ask. He's
Make him roll.
trying the best he can, but it's a big ask.
Make a
Sundial
deception
has
check at
literally made a
disadvantage.
mold earth arrow to guy. I was just like, this is the guy.
Yeah, a mold earth arrow just.
That's a 5.
5. And he's just like, you didn't even like attempt to pick him up. He's just still laying at your feet. You're just standing over him.
As everyone sees that Zog is lying, he's like, "Okay, I just
Zog.
want a moment with him."
Seems like plenty of other people have. Why not? And
And I'm
so
like,
you turn and face him, and he's like, he looks at you before you say anything, and he goes, "What the hell do you want?"
Zog, he wanted to do this alone. He was going to try to do this alone. I want to make that very clear. He's not changing plan. Zog is going to lean in to Guy's ear and say, "I hope you know, she called me a friend." And I put a hand on the side of Guy's face, and I cast Inflict Wounds.
Okay, she being Tesla, or
The she in reference is Tesla, whether he needs to know that or not. But yeah,
of course.
Yeah.
Inflict wounds
At 2nd level.
Oh my god. Okay. Well,
Instant
he
death.
is. I'm gonna say.
It's
Is-
4d10
is-
damage.
Yeah, I was about to say, is inflict wounds
It's going for that XP.
is a melee attack spell, yes?
Yes.
And when you're prone, you have like automatic advantage on melee attacks, yes?
Yes.
Okay. So you're definitely gonna hit. Roll this just to see if you get a nat 20.
Okay.
Because that would change it.
No, not 20. It definitely
Not nat
hits. That's a 22. but
Of
not a
course,
nat
of course. And you just put your hand on the side of his head, and you just like,
20. Mhm.
and you like, it just like enters in, and you see his veins like immediately just like distend from his like down his skin, and he's just like,
Yeah. As he's casting it, he's saying again, "My friend," but as he's saying it this time, you hear Umbrella's voice coming through
Umberlee.
again. Umberlee's voice coming through him again, a little more high-pitched feminine voice coming out, along with Zog's own as he says this. Do you want me to roll damage?
What's the maximum amount that you can do?
Max damage is 40.
40?
Yeah, it's 4d10.
He just like, as the pulse of energy just runs, like, you see it go from the top of his head to the bottom of his feet and all the way back up. Like, it's a heavy pulse of energy, and he just like,
For flavor,
just
he
gone.
spits up water.
and it just like spews out on the ground in front of him, and the guards are just like, You get up and you turn around to see the guards facing you.
Yep.
And he's just like, they just look to you and they're like, We don't take too kindly to vigilante justice, friend.
It wasn't that. He was hurting,
Listen,
and there was nothing that could be done.
listen.
I want to do something.
Everyone's had their date with this guy. We're just gonna pretend we didn't see that.
When
You've
they
got a
say,
target on your back now, buddy.
when they say that,
Absolutely.
I want to walk up to Zog and cast invisibility on him and say, "You didn't see anything."
As I'm disappearing, can I be like, I'm a guardian angel?
Wait, what did you say?
Does invisibility work if you're staring at them?
Yeah, it still works. I
Damon.
still turn invisible.
Damon, make a sleight of hand check to see if you make the casting of the spell less obvious and focus more on what you say.
So, do you really want to know?
What?
It's a 19 plus 7.
Oh my God.
26.
So all you hear is, you didn't see anything. Guardian angel.
And just like, and they look at you as you say that, and they're just like, the fuck?
Love the horse.
Scared the shit out of that horse.
And they both just like, they both look at each other and then to you, and they're like, make it.
Make him fuck with them, Jack.
Make a deception check for me, please.
You're asking the rogue to deceive people.
Not one.
No, another 19.
Oh my
Damn.
Plus 3. 22.
God damn.
You are on a roll tonight.
It's
That
just
is-
fucking dice.
It's the end of the campaign.
The end of the arc.
As they look
The
to
arc
you,
is the end of the night. Yeah.
as they look to you, yeah, the sun just barely sets below the southern sky, and as they look at each other and then to you, they're just like, strange acts in strange places, friend. Let's go. And they like tap each other, and they're just like, righto, and they walk away. And as you stand amongst the ruins of the wedding, ready to pick apart the gifts at your leisure, we're gonna call it an episode.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Dope.
This is
What an
the
ending.
best episode that we've had.
I just want to say,
Oh my god.
to sell this, Tesla was not there when this whole thing happened. Like, as soon as she pointed, that's where he is, she walked out. So she has no idea that Sog was her guardian angel.
Yeah.
So if anybody were to bring this up to her, she'd be like, what?
Yeah.
Did you hear about this fucking angel?
Did you hear about the guy that
He
died?
killed the guy and disappeared.
My god.
All that was left was a talking piece of stone and a fury.
You didn't anything.
Oh my
I've never
god.
seen so many nat 20s in a
Yeah.
single campaign.
That was insane.
So I have
God.
what I call my magic die. I play them for serious moments. They're these sparkly dies. I have one time rolled below a 10 on this die.
Oh my God.
Damn.
All right.
Well, guys,
Dippy, you want to call us
we're
off?
gonna call it an episode there. So we're gonna send off. Guys, thank you so much for watching. This has been absolutely wonderful. Go check out the rest of our shows. Happy anniversary.
Happy
Happy
anniversary!
anniversary,
Happy
guys.
anniversary!
Which was not
Yeah,
announced
God.
at any point earlier in the episodes prior, but my God, this is the third. This is technically taking place on the week of the third anniversary of the channel, and I could not be any happier to be a part of this crew than I am right now.
Hey, Dono Fantasy,
yeah.
how does it feel to have spent the last 3 years with me?
Oh,
This
Awesome.
will be something for the
Very nice.
party afterwards.
no.
Guys, thank you guys so much for watching. Please be sure to tune in. I'm gonna say 2 weeks from now. This is an every other week show. Hell, we might run something next week. Who the fuck knows?
Who knows?
Tune in next time. And as always, your adventure matters. Roll for your initiative.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.